check, 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 check. Yeah. Welcome to the SPS podcast. You are now tuned in. I am your host and moderator, DJ Strata. Welcome to the SPS podcast, Statistics, Problem Solutions, where we're going to get into today's problems using statistics to get to a solution. So just to give viewers a quick back, chat in terms and let y'all know how we actually got to this show. Our last show was super contentious, but it was good contention. We got to a great solution. And one of the things that was pointed out was that, the why matters, right? And so with this SPS, what we do here is we identify the problem and then we use the stats to get to the solution, but we really don't talk about the why. So after talking with one of my mentors, Akil, he'll be here shortly. He gave 3 pretty good root causes as to why Black people are where they are. And the 3 were poverty, greed, and revenge. So before we even get into any slides, stats, or anything, I want to ask the panel, popcorn style, it doesn't matter who says it. Like I said, this show is going to be more conversational than it's been before. So based off of the African-American people and where we are today and some of our problems, would you agree that a host of our problems come from poverty, greed, and revenge? Why or why not?
I agree.
Why so?
The one thing as far as how they be like, how can I say this? The next person don't want you to do better than them. So sometimes they don't, put you in situations where they can help or be beneficial to the people around them. Because it's just about you. And that's where I guess the greed mindset comes from.
Okay. So you think that the crabs in the bucket leads to greed or is a product of greed?
Absolutely.
Makes sense. Anybody else? Poverty, greed, revenge. Do y'all agree that could be 3 of the root causes of a lot of Black people's problems?
I'm definitely gonna say yeah, because just kind of piggybacking on Saudi, those 3 reasons kind of blind people at times. Like folks feel like, oh, somebody doing better than me, or I put them on and now they surpassing me. Now I feel like I need to knock them down. And in the process of you knocking somebody else down, you hurting your damn self. Then with greed, you just need to we don't need that much. A lot of us don't really need everything. You don't need to be a millionaire. You don't need to be a multi-billionaire and all that. But folks go for everything and don't know how to give back to the right people, to the right community. So to me, them just getting it all as one person in its own subconscious way, you really are being greedy. To me.
Okay, so who defines when someone has hit a limit of greed versus motivation? Who sets the limit on the person based on your logic, CJ? Who decides when someone's being greedy versus when they're being ambitious? How do we measure that?
I feel like if you basically had to get to where you are in the millions and billions or whatever off the backs of other people or from other people's pockets who are less fortunate than you, and you chose to just keep taking and taking more and more from them, and you ain't giving back, I think those actions right there in of itself justify, like, you basically just being greedy. Like, you're a multi-millionaire and you still want this last $5 from this person for whatever reason, so you can be $1,005 more than what you were a second ago. That's greedy.
So do you think that greed is measured by the effort put in and how it affects others around them? Is that how you measure greed?
Yeah.
I really think that it all stems from like the root cause being that African Americans in general have this subconscious feeling that we're owed something for essentially what we've been through in the history of America via slavery, right? Mm-hmm. So the idea that we're waiting on something that was promised that hasn't been passed or given to us, and we have poverty, we're thinking, all right, how am I supposed to function in this society when I'm owed?
Yeah, videos on.
Now, if you're waiting on being, paid the reparations, in the time leading up to that, you're thinking, all right, well, when am I going to get a chance to shine? Like, when am I going to get a chance during my lifetime to enjoy and have these things while I'm, in this phase of life that I can actually, you know, you're prime. And what ends up happening is, I think what it would take in lieu of getting the reparations that we feel like we might be owed, we don't sacrifice, which is what a lot of other cultures do. They're willing to sacrifice, like live 5 generations in a home if they have to, and then save up and then move out. Whereas our people, we're not really gonna do that, right? Because you gotta get yours now. You gotta shine now. You go into debt to get the Hellcat because you gotta present this lifestyle. And it's no fault of anyone's really for wanting that. It's that they feel as though they're not willing to plant the tree for generations later to have the shade. They want the shade right now because they're like, oh, I've already, we've been down for too long. How much longer do we have to, endure this type of poverty lifestyle? Now, what happens is, as it matriculates to, as the young woman was saying about crabs in a barrel, well, it's the age old people like to see you do good but not better than them. And that's mainly because if it's a proximity bias, right? If I grow up next to you, I'm thinking we're basically the same, and I know we have the same opportunities, same 24 hours in a day. Now, I applaud you for getting your grind on, but if you start making it too far out of my reach, I'm gonna start having to reflect on what I'm doing wrong, and I'm gonna be like, "Oh, hold up, this dude thinks he's this or that." So and it's nature, right? It's gonna be a subconscious, like, what's going on? Like, I can't figure it out. What is he doing that I'm not? And that kind of is the trickle down of that. We shouldn't even be in the situation to begin with. And then your partner is making it out, and you're like, well, damn, he ain't helping me. Why not? Then that's that hate. It's like, yo, all right, well, fuck him then, because he knows what I'm going through. He was right here with me, but he made it out, but he ain't reaching back. I just think it's really deep, man. I could go on, but like it's systemic in nature. How and it makes sense why we're in the situation we're in.
So do you think that in the Black community, success breeds resentment amongst us, and that doesn't happen in other cultures?
It happens, but in our culture, it's magnified because I feel like when one of us makes it, you feel like it's few and far between, and where other cultures it's just expected, but with us it's like, dang, well, shit, he's shining now, like he's getting his now. When when am I gonna be able to? Because you got to think about it. It's a scarcity effect where you think, damn, there can only be one at the table with those guys, and he got the spot. Now it's there's not enough room for us all. I just think that plays a part where you're like, well, if they made it, there's no more spots left. When really that's not necessarily the case. But we're thinking, damn, if he's there, it's over for me.
Like it, I like it a lot.
Damn, I ain't never thought like that.
That's fire. Anybody else? Do y'all agree with the premise? Poverty, greed, revenge.
Yeah,
What you got, Bino?
for me, can y'all hear me first?
Yeah, you good?
I'm good sound.
Yeah.
For me, as we continue to talk, I look at, I see what y'all saying and see if I really see what y'all saying with greed revenge. But for me, the bulk of why we are at where we at today in the black community is poverty. Because for me, poverty doesn't just mean financial. Poverty is a mental thing, it's a spiritual thing as well as financial. So things that Devin mentioned, things that Saudi mentioned and CJ mentioned, all results back to poverty for me.
That makes sense.
That's fair. I like that. I like that. I like that. I like that a lot.
Yeah, no,
So
I
you
want to hit.
think
Oh
that
no, I was just
poverty?
agreeing.
Go ahead,
Oh,
Saudi.
sorry.
You good?
Oh no, I was just agreeing with Abino. I like with the poverty thing because I know I think Devin had mentioned like sometimes we are on the same playing field, but then a lot of the times we're not on the same playing field, you know. And that brings back like the poverty with the mindset. So that's just my little
Exactly.
2 cents.
So
Exactly.
you
It's all.
think do y'all?
What you was about to ask me? What you was about to ask me, Strata?
Yeah. So do y'all think that poverty breeds a level of entitlement, meaning because I'm poor and you around me, you supposed to be poor too? Do you think that we're stuck in that mentality? Based going
I
off
mean,
Devin's premise of proximity. So if you're around me and you're poor and I'm poor, is the expectation from those around you that you should stay the way they are until they decide to move up? Is that why y'all saying poverty fucks with us?
I'm saying poverty because I'm saying poverty because, like I said, I feel like poverty is a mental thing. It's just not a financial thing. A poor
Okay.
poverty is poor. So if you're poor minded,
You
it'll
have
be a
poor
big of a
results.
problem where we, huh?
Yeah, you have poor results.
Yeah, if
Right.
you're poor minded, you're gonna get poor results, whether that's in relationship. Because our problems is not just money, right? So I don't want us to stick on money when we say what's our problems. Our problems when it comes to relationships, our problems when it comes to money, our problems when it comes to health, our problems when it comes to unity. If you have a poor mind, none of that shit's gonna matter to you because your mind is poor. You can have all the money in the world and still be poor minded. We see it all the time.
Okay.
Here,
Well,
So
here's
like Saudi saying, even when you're on the same playing field financially with somebody, if I'm poor minded, but my mind is not. I mean, if we got the same salary every year, but your mind is poor and my mind is more open to positivity, it's still the same shit as both as being financially poor. You know what I'm saying? So that's just my perspective. So like, I listened throughout the show with the greed, with the greed and revenge thing to come. But for me, I think the bulk of the problems with the black community is poverty all around the board, not just with money though, just poverty, impoverished mind, impoverished pockets,
impoverished minds.
impoverished
Okay.
spirit. You feel what I'm
Gotcha.
saying?
Understood. I like it.
here's just an example I think we could all relate to. Imagine you and a group of your friends from high school, right? Everybody's doing X, Y, and Z. There's seven of y'all. Just say there's seven, and out of the seven, only one is talking about or thinking about going to college. That one that's talking about going to college, all the other six are like, bro, you think you acting white, or they're saying X, Y, and Z. They're downplaying this kid's aspirations to go to college because the rest of them aren't even thinking about that. Now imagine they're like, yo, bro, how you even gonna pay for college? It's expensive, blah, blah, blah. This dude messes around, fills out a scholarship application, and gets in. What do you think those six people are gonna do? They're gonna either support him and be happy for him or start hating because dang, this dude, he thinks he's all that. He leaving, he going. But that critical decision on that seventh individual to apply to, regardless of what everyone around him was saying, he decided, hey, I'm gonna go for this. Then he happens to make it. I think that's where that first level of resentment comes, where like no one else believed that they could do it, or they weren't willing to at least attempt. So now you got one out of the seven in college. That's already set up this whole gap, right? Because believe it or not, a college education is going to afford more opportunity. And opportunity is probably one of the biggest things, I think, for any individual, regardless of race or anything. Opportunity is really what separates most people. from having what they want and achieving what they want is getting the opportunity. Now, the people you surround yourself with can open doors, and doors opening means potential for more opportunities to present themselves. So I think like it goes all to what you're saying about the mindset. If that seventh person had in their mind like, yo, I aspire for more, that person is gonna do regardless. You know, they're gonna be trying to achieve more. But if the other six are always thinking this is it, what's out there, they're gonna feel left behind, and when they get left behind, they're gonna have some sort of resentment. So
Resentment. There you go. I
But
like
see,
it.
but can I
Go ahead,
give a
Bruno.
little pushback?
Absolutely.
I don't want to stick and stop me if you were just using college as an example. But like, I mean, I've been to college, but I'm not a graduate, and I'm pretty sure I'm more successful now if I would have stayed in college, because when I went to college, it was the idea of everybody got to go to college to get a, what he said, opportunity. That's not true now. College is very good for higher learning, socially and academically. It's very good for higher learning. So even if you leave out with a degree, and you still have to, and hopefully you got to deal with the debt. But even if you leave off the degree, you're going to leave with something. Even if you don't graduate college, you're going to leave with something. Even if that's just higher learning, better social skills, things of that such.
Yeah, I
So it's
think.
like,
yeah, it was just an example. I
Yeah,
think
that's what I say
okay,
with the
okay, okay.
example.
This is an
Yeah, because
example. Okay,
he's
okay,
talking about
okay,
the
okay.
mentality of wanting more than those around you
yeah,
that
Got you.
you
Yeah,
started with.
yeah.
Yeah,
Got
just
you.
an example.
Got you. Okay, okay. That's why I
Akil,
said
what's
stop
up,
me if it's
brother?
just an example.
yeah,
You good, bro? All love. Akil, you with us, brother?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. How you feeling? How y'all feeling?
We good. We
Good,
good.
good.
How
What's up,
you?
Kill?
And I'm feeling good. Feeling good. Been busy. My apologies. I lost track of time making a move. So I'm almost back in my residence. But I'm riding the car and I'm listening in.
Perfect, perfect, perfect. Like I said, just to let you know, Akil, we kind of went with the premise that you painted from the last Facebook Live, and just to let the audience know, Mr. Akil B is one of my financial mentors, amongst other things. He introduced me to the world of trading as well as the wealthy mentality, the wealthy mindset. He's one of the few individuals that I could tangibly reach out to that had the results. The Hidden Wealth Society, the facets and the things he's into, I'll let him speak to it more. But this is why we're even having this show, because I valued his opinion. And when he put it out there based on the live we were having, it resonated. And I knew that for him to say it and to pin it down to three things, I'm like, it has to be something here. I'm pretty sure we'll get into it a little bit more. But Akil, we're going to keep the conversation pushing, brother. I want to get to our first slide. We're going to walk it down, like I said, piece by piece. So the first piece we want to attack is the poverty. So I did find some numbers and some statistics on poverty. We'll start there, watch a few videos, and then we'll walk down each section shortly thereafter. So by the numbers, poverty in 2023, 17.9%, approximately 8 million of black people in the U.S. were living below the poverty line. But believe it or not, that's an historic low since 1959. So even though it's 8 million people that are black in poverty, that's actually an historic low from what we've been tracking since 1960. But it's still 8 million people. In 2023, 22% of black people in the U.S. experienced food insecurity. In 2023, 1 in 4 black children did not have access to reliable food. In black households headed by someone between the ages of 55 and 64, the median total assets, in 2019 were 54,530 compared with 383,900 for white households in the same group. And I'm going to repeat that. In black households with people between the ages of 55 and 64, the median income was only 54,000 compared to 338,000 for their white counterparts. 1/3 of older black couples and nearly 2/3 of unmarried black elders rely upon Social Security for nearly all of their income. And 40% of U.S. households are expected to run out of money in retirement, and that number jumps to well over 50% for black Americans. I'm going to let that sit for a while. All my panelists, I want y'all to take a look at the statistics. Find one that kind of jumps out to you. Give me a little head nod, and I'll bring the screen down. And we're going to kind of go into, which ones do we think speak to us and which ones jumped out to you. So let me
Well,
know when
I would
y'all
like
ready.
I like
Give
to
me a little
I
head
like to
nod.
start. I start off, brother.
All right, let me bring it down.
First, no, I would like to know um, where did you get those statistics? Because I've never been a part of any of statistic readings, any charting. No one has ever asked me. I have never done. Where are they getting these? Where are
Great,
most of these statistics coming from?
great question.
That's the
So
first thing.
a lot of the sources I pull from is usually the U.S. Census Bureau. Also, what happens is no one is ever formally asked to participate in these studies. A lot of times when you're giving your general demographic information, what happens is they're charting you about your phone. Like so now you can't even sign up for certain apps without giving either A, your median income, B, where you work, how many people in your home. So what's happening is when we sign up for all these apps, a lot of the data that's generated is tracked through these apps. So a lot of things that would be a formal survey, like let's say 30 years ago, it doesn't work that way no more. We're algorithmically signing up and volunteering this information, and there's someone capturing it all, spitting us back the reality that they see. So, as an opposed to even like the validity of it is as close as it can be for it to be a survey, but I did want to at least keep it as a basis for the conversation so that we know who we talking to, what we're talking about, right? But I kind of try to lean on either .govs or census bureaus for most of the numbers. Fair
Okay,
enough.
okay. Oh yeah. And I asked that question because that's one of the questions I used to always have. And I know it may be a listener or a viewer that had that same question because
Absolutely.
they may be living in a situation or a city or a county or an environment where they see poverty uh, everywhere, right? And then when we look at the standpoint, depending on what city, what state you live in, the poverty lines do change because the cost of living change.
Exactly.
Uh, I know in Gary, Indiana, that's where I'm originally from. Um, when I was growing up, a person just to survive was $15,000. A person that worked at the steel mill was making about $30,000. The person at the steel mill seemed to be rich at 30,000, but overall, nationwide, 30,000 in California was super poverty, almost homeless, right?
Right.
Yep. So yeah, that was definitely interesting. Those numbers are definitely interesting.
Oh, absolutely. And I'll bring them up one more time. So I think that what they were describing as a poverty level, if I'm not mistaken, I think the last metric for poverty would be below 34,000 a year, if I'm not mistaken. So we're saying about 17% of the black people, which is about 8 million, make less than 30K. Um, Again, 22% of black people experience food insecurity. Now, to speak to food insecurity, what that means is you don't have a path forward knowing when your next meal is going to come from, right? So that's what food insecurity means, meaning you don't know how you're going to get through the week and what you're going to be eating. Like, that is a reality for, back to the numbers, 22% of black people in the United States. 1 in 4 black children don't know when their next meal is going to come from or what it's going to be. So,
Okay.
with those stats, what jumps out to y'all? Anybody?
I would
The
say
fourth
those
one.
numbers. Go ahead, brother.
Go ahead, brother. What you
Oh,
got, Josh?
no, to me, I would say the fourth one, and that would be because I mean, just going back to your first question, when you talk about, hold on, y'all, that's my son.
You good? Tell how about I said, what's up, nephew?
But what was the what were the
I got
three?
you. I got you, brother. You talking about the median income for black households? Is that the one you speaking about?
No. I was talking about the fourth one, and
One in four black
I was
children.
going. Yeah, that was going to relate that just basically, you know what I'm saying, like just financial illiteracy and ignorance, just on most black people part, just for the simple fact that, and I can attest to this, most hearing most of the older black people in our family talk about finances, it was always you don't want debt. Whereas I found out damn near when I was 31, 32, there is a thing like when you out here trying to get your own money and trying to start your business and shit, there is a thing such as good debt. When you're clearing accounts, it's not good to have your account right at zero. Like certain little shit like that the household that we came from, that the average poor person grows up in, they don't know that. You know what I'm
So
saying? They're
right.
always you like when you listening to the older people is you don't want no debt. Like just you're so concentrated on the debt, you're like, bro, there's a way to make that debt work for you, bro.
True. Certain debts. I definitely see
Like
it. So you think that a lot of the poverty comes from
just financial
we'll say
literacy.
financial literacy and ignorance. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay. I like it. Anybody else? What stats jumped out to y'all?
I think the one you were originally talking about was 54,000, and then compared to basically the white household six times
300.
that.
Yep.
That's alarming. That difference is so great, but I think it also goes back to what Josh was saying. The financial literacy it's almost triple fold because one, it takes money to make money. If you have money, debt is good because you can play that to your advantage. But when you have no money and you going into debt, that's a totally different scenario because it works no way but negatively to reflect on your ability to pay it back. Right? When you have the money and you like if Jeff Bezos takes out debt, he at any point he can cover that debt, but it's smarter for him to use debt versus liquid cash or assets because that that again literacy and finance would tell you use the debt and then you can pay that off in perpetuity just by getting more debt. Why? Because you've proven and have the actual financial backing to pay it off, so you're gonna be able to use other people's money.
Yep.
OPP. OPM.
from
Sorry.
from that perspective, I would say that you have to get yourself to a point to which you can utilize all the tools that being financially literate would afford you. Because without it, it's like rich people in taxes. It's a different ball game for them with taxes, where the rest of us, you paying or you go into jail for not paying. Them
Yeah.
loopholes, right? So it's yeah, you got to know to be informed, but you also got to know who you are and where you stand in this financial ladder of being able to play that game. Because most of us can't play Jeff Bezos' game. We got to play, this part of the game, which is different. So
Yeah.
Like it.
same building, different views type scenario.
Fact. I like it. I like it. Anybody else? What's that jumped
Uh,
out to you?
the the 1/3 of older black couples are nearly 2/3, and nearly 2/3 of unmarried black elders rely upon Social Security for nearly all of their income.
Mm.
That's crazy to me because that would explain why you see old people in their 50s, 60s, and 70s still working, even to like those hard like labor jobs like factories and plants, and they 60, 70, hell, 80 years old, still working. And it's just like, damn, as a kid, they used to tell you, you work somewhere, then you retire, and then you just sitting on your ass all day. They made it sound like retiring was a beautiful thing. Hell, when I was in the army, I learned that the only jobs or careers where the word retiring actually sounds good is federal government jobs, and that includes the military itself. Because doing 20 years at Purdue and do 20 years in any branch, I promise you, the person that did 20 years at any branch is doing a hell of a lot better than that person doing 20 years
At
at
that
Purdue.
factory. Yep. At
Yeah.
that factory.
Like,
That's
Real shit.
guaranteed. Do 20 years as a lawyer, successful lawyer, because some of them, they in and out, or do 20 years at that Purdue. I guarantee you, I don't care how shitty he might be with his money, he's still gonna do better than you 20 years when he retires out of that. So it's a big difference when it comes to stuff like that. So it's crazy to like really see that, yeah, the older heads, like that security thing, yeah, it ain't enough. And I've seen like, me being where I'm working at in management, I've seen how people I knew that left, and they was like, "Yeah, I'm retiring, man. I've been doing this 20 years. Look, young buck, I'm about to be out here. All right, cool. Congrats to you." And I see them come back 2 years later. Man,
Right.
they'll hit you with the,
Okay.
"Oh, man, I was bored, man. I had nothing to do." Stop it. Fun started running out, Playboy. That's what it was. There ain't no way you gonna retire and you pushing 60s and you come back. Like
So
my
CJ, don't
dad,
you?
my dad told me that unless I was gonna do that whole 20 plus in the military, he said, don't ever think about retiring. Just simply find something that's easier to do the older you get that still makes good money. Don't be sitting here trying to do the same exact hard labor job in your early 20s and try to do it in your 40s and 50s. Boy, your body done got beat the fuck up, it's wore down. You gotta do something that's less bang on your body. You know what I'm saying?
I like
So
that.
I guess some people just don't do that. They just rely on this social security that's gonna be not worth a damn when they retire.
Non-existent. Yeah, probably non-existent in our lifetimes. By the time of that age, I don't know if Social Security.
It ain't
They
gonna
might have a
happen.
derivative, but I don't think we'll be any beneficiaries of that shit. Uh,
Mm.
but that's
It's
just
gonna
my
be
thought.
working until they
That's,
die
that's
type of thing.
speculation, though. Let me be clear. I don't have that based on it, rooted in any real knowledge other than projection. But I just
Just
don't think that
opinions.
we, at our age, should be leaning on Social Security. I think that's
I
very,
ain't not at
very on
all.
Hell no.
that part. Anybody else? What stats jumped out to y'all?
I really didn't get all the stats. I almost got lost out here.
You good, you good. Let me bring them up. Let me simplify them one by one. So, all right, so in 2023, about 8 million black people were living below the poverty line, meaning making less than like 30K. Also in 2023, 22% of black people were food insecure, or meaning they didn't know where their next meal was going to come from. In that 22%, 1 in 4 children didn't know where their next meal was going to come from. Now, we talking about black people from 55 to 64. Their total income was only about 54,000 compared to their white counterparts at 400,000, give or take. 1/3 of older black people, or nearly 2/3 are unmarried black people. They need Social Security, and that's all their income. And 40% of U.S. households are expected to run out of money in retirement, and that number jumps to 50% for black people. So that's the kind of the short and narrow of it.
One thing that stuck out, well, two things stuck out as far as the food insecurity and then as well as the social security. Like, because my parents is 75, 78. So both of them are retired. My dad ex-military. So for a while, like they wasn't working, like they was chilling. But now, like CJ said, my dad is definitely back in the field. Like he don't got no hard labor job, but he's a security officer. And it's because not just being I feel like not being educated about different stuff to where he can move money, selling properties, and it was just like I think Dion or maybe it was Joshua said earlier, just like not being educated enough to like utilize the system. And then like as far as the food insecurity. Oh, and then wait, sorry, back to Social Security. Um, my job, I have a lot of people calling that's on Social Security and just saying like, this is all they got. It's only this. They can't afford this. So it's like they literally getting the minimum and have to figure it out, and a lot of them can't figure it out. And that plays with the food insecurity. And then also with the food insecurity with the children, because this is the first time they ever had like, the EBT for the summertime. And like even just like that just goes to show how many people really rely on the lunch and the breakfast that they provide at school because it's not guaranteed they're gonna get it at the house. So
Damn.
I'm gonna go back.
Real shit.
I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna see. I already see what's going. I'm gonna pretty much stick to what I first said. Poverty's mind, because to me, I'm more so what Saudi said. Because to me, it's like, and I think so now greed is coming in with me now, right? Based on what y'all said, right? Because for me, the whole retirement and social security thing. First of all, you don't need to be retiring if you still got payments on shit. And I think that's what a lot of people do. They retire, They still got pay shit. So of course you can't retire. Social Security, you still got payment, you still got car payments, you still buying shit that you got to pay for. You probably still paying on your mortgage or some shit. So you don't need to retire. Because if you got everything, and it goes back to what Josh said as well, I don't want to leave out Josh, financial literacy. You know what I'm saying? It's not about retirement, it's not enough. The retirement is not enough. It's not about Social Security, it's not enough. It's about you got too much on your plate. Your debt and income ratio is crazy. You feel what I'm saying?
Mhm.
So it goes back to financial literacy for me and a impoverished mind, just as well as with the food thing for me, I call bullshit. Because if you poor, you get food stamps. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, if you don't know where your next meal come from, what the hell did you do with the food stamps?
But that's the thing. Everybody does not get food stamps. And
So if you
as much as it
who
may
don't
sound
oh, hold on,
crazy,
Hold
Saudi.
on.
Hold on,
Let her
Saudi.
finish.
no.
Let her finish,
No, I
Bino.
just
Let her
want to ask you
finish.
a
Then you
question.
can
Just
rebut.
tell me who don't get food stamps first before you continue. 'Cause I know this shit
As
going
much
I
as
know
it,
it should get stretched out.
I'm
Cause I don't know,
Caucasian,
so tell me.
and I should be
Or
getting
are you
food stamps. I can tell you that I should be getting food stamps. I've never not
uh-huh.
received food stamps, but I don't get food stamps right now
And you
because
applied?
and got denied. So this is what I'm saying. It's a thin line between being poverty and middle class. And if you in that thin line, like you're not going to get some of them benefits. So
Yeah.
you are going to be where you're living pay. If you're living paycheck to paycheck, you don't get no food stamps. You are going to find yourself at them food pantries trying to get some donations.
And
Look,
Bino,
look
I give you a little bit more. Hold on, Bino. Let me give you a little bit more context to how you can be on government assistance and still be food insecure. So, for example, if we already spoke based on your point, if you said poverty is a mentality, if you're giving someone that already has a poor mentality a limited amount of resources, and they've shown through life experiences they haven't managed said resources correctly, even if they were on a tight budget, if you don't have the forethought, the plan for the future, you're only shopping for the next few weeks. And then if you're not gauging that growing appetite, if we're talking children here,
Children,
this is
okay?
how somebody can go from getting government assistance and stay there because the forethought or the forethought to plan ahead through the months with you, who's in your household, and how much you all consume and eat. That's how you can receive government assistance and still be food insecure. Does that make sense?
no, it
If I
don't.
give somebody
To
a
me,
thousand dollars that
it
don't
don't
know how to
make sense
budget,
to me. It don't make sense to me because if I mean I wanted to ask Saudi some
you're breaking up on us, brother.
my point.
Okay.
So I don't
Hold on,
ask, but
Saudi.
tell
Hold on, Saudi.
me.
He breaking up. Let him finish. You're breaking up on us, Bino. We can't hear you. Breaking up, brother. Say something else and make sure we can hear you.
I think he went out.
Think it went out. All right. Saudi, give your input. We'll see if he comes back, and then we'll go straight to
Um,
scam.
I just want to say first, hi, Kill, because I didn't get to speak earlier. Second of all, okay, so like just prime example, if I get $900 of food stamps, like people be like, oh, that $900 should last me the whole month. Yes, it can last me the whole month, but that's cooking like I can't. I mean, like I would have to. You would have to limit what you're actually going to feed your children, and some of that stuff may not be the healthiest choices. So it's like those, and then you have to also look at as how high food is right now. Like so, it just goes back to what you're saying. I have two teenagers right now, a toddler and a middle school. Those kids eat. That $1,000 is it. If I was still getting it, it's going to last, but the last 2 weeks and we may not have food stamps, so that's where the food insecurity could come into play, and that's what I was just trying to say. It can be there.
Oh, absolutely. And I think that we all agree that when we're talking about whole healed people, you can give $1,000 to someone that budgets and has a real strict regimen of what they put in their bodies. And it's like, bro, I can eat for 3 months off of $1,000, right? But we're speaking to the mentality that is the problem. So to Saudi's point, that's how it happens. And I know Bino will jump back on, he'll catch it on the replay. This is how government assistance without education doesn't lead to anything but dependency to the same system you want them to become independent of. But the idea was never to make you independent. It was to make you reliant. And that's where the problem comes because any government program that's offered to us, whether you are above or below poverty, without proper education, you're going to either abuse it, become a victim of it, or get fucked up because of it. without the proper education behind what you are actually receiving, it can have some damning consequences down the line if you don't have the forethought.
I think people know, and they just again, I think it kind of goes back to people sometimes, or not all the time, are willing to sacrifice and do what's necessary to basically make things work because they're tired of living in poverty. They want to shine once in a while. They want to have fun. They want to go out to eat. Whatever it is, I want it to be clear that it's in the human nature to want to live a certain way that might not always be in your budget, and it comes down to discipline and sacrifice. And when you don't have that, it's very easy to, as you're saying, misuse or misappropriate what's been given to you or allotted for a certain period of time because you make those, split second decisions like, nah, actually we're gonna eat this tonight. Knowing that's gonna set you back a few days. And then two more decisions like that, you're done for the month. And so it's not that you didn't have it, it's that you mismanaged it. But the psychological ramification of doing that doesn't click because there is that need for that dopamine or that
Yeah, instant
serotonin to
gratification.
respond, to be happy. We want to be happy in the midst of, at some point, or your kids, you got kids, you want to see a smile on their face. So you do that and you put yourself back a little bit, but that smile from them was worth it, type deal. So I think it's deeper than just saying people don't know. I think some people do, and they're willing to make it up on the back end in certain situations, just because you can't live, or you don't want to foresee yourself just living in perpetuity at this base level without any happiness every once in a while sprinkled in.
Yep. That's that delayed gratification. Before scam, I just want to give you some more context just to let you know you're really surrounded by family. Devin D is my line brother from NC State. That's a feta alpha man. And Akil is one of my millionaire mentors. So yet again, you're a stranger, but we consider you family, brother. We'll give you some more of that family love, man. We're a family run pod over here. You heard
But D hit on a lot though. And I think Akil can agree to this. Like that's one thing, he talks about that you have to be stern and disciplined because without discipline, it's all shit can break loose. So that's what I said. You can manage the money that you receive, but like D said, that's not always the case because of the instant gratification.
That's a fact.
Yeah,
Scam, what you got?
I would.
Go Akil and then
Oh,
we'll
go
go
ahead.
scam. What you got? What you got,
And I,
Akil?
No. Scam. Go ahead. He got it. He got it. I gotta go. I'll go after him, brother.
No, you can go ahead because some of the stuff I was going to say, Strata already said anyway.
Yeah.
Okay.
Respect.
Yeah.
So I would agree with every person that spoke, because there's so many different people with so many different scenarios and communications that they didn't receive. It's a broad spectrum of each individual, right? But overall, because of those numbers you gave, uh, I like to go to the root. So the root is overall the mindset, but we have to change the way we look at things overall as individuals and as a whole. So the minimum poverty level, you say 35,000.
Yeah. For a family of four.
Okay, a family of four, 35,000. Two working individuals in the household, or one a working individual, or just 35 flat.
35 flat total with both of their
Okay,
income combined.
so if we look at just most people are renting, right? Most people rent, right? So what is the average for rent? If we look at the average for rent, what about 2,000, 2,500 a month?
Yep.
So I
About
like to do the math. 2,500 a month is about how much a year?
times 12. You're looking at what?
30,000.
About 30.
That's That's 30,000. You only got 5,000 more to left. And that's you didn't include your light bill, gas bill, water bill, regular gas, insurance, phone bill. So
Well,
just because you don't even make enough just to pay your necessity bills, just your rent is taking up more than 50% of your income, is putting a person at a disadvantage. So if you have that just to start off with, and then you turn around, you want to spend more, like the brother said, you really in trouble. So I think a lot of people have to look and just go back to the basic things on the outgoing and the income. I always talk about, I don't know if you all do it, but a basic way to budget. Just put all of your bills, write them all down, how much you have to spend every single month, subtract it from all the money you're going to get in every month. Whatever's left over, that's what you have. Then you have to break up that little piece into your savings, into insurance, into whatever investments. You have to break up that part, whatever that part is, big or small. Right? A lot of people say pay yourself first, pay yourself. No, you can't pay yourself first. You have to take care of your necessities first. Then you put that money to the side to pay yourself. So it's a lot, brother. That's horrible to hear. 35,000, 35,000. The poverty level should be a little bit higher than that. If $2,500 a month is
It
the
goes
average for rent.
it goes back. I
well,
said this
nobody's renting
first.
you.
Other
If you make
go ahead.
35, you're not renting an apartment for $2,500 a month. Doesn't happen. More like 1,100. You're gonna be standing next to Marquavion and them.
That's what
Well,
I'm about to say. Like, I think you know, not us on this on this panel tonight, but I think we use the word poverty too loosely. Because like you just said, Strata, you just spit the numbers. It's 8 million people that's in poverty, right? Right. So
Yeah.
we could already assume that all 8 million people are not black, for one. So that drops the number even down when we talk about black people.
Oh no, that was
So
black.
I think he said
That was black.
black people.
okay, so it's 8 million
Yeah.
black people. So how many black people are in America?
I think we're at like 45 or 60.
So out of 60 million, 45 to 60, only 8 million are poverty. So it's like Scan saying these poverty people ain't paying all the stuff that we pay a lot. You know what I'm saying? Because they can't. Because under like Akil saying, under 34,000 is crazy. But it's only 8 million people that's making
It's
out of
more to it than
60
that.
million black people, 45 to 60. Oh, hold up.
Go
So
ahead.
it's like if it's only under if it's only under 8 million people, then to my perspective, not like I said, on this panel, people use the word poverty too loosely. It's like Devin said before I broke up, that's why I was going to base with that. I caught the end of what he was saying. It's like it be all about the mentality and that instant gratification and you know, all this materialistic Americanized shit that we be wanting, that be putting us in these positions. I make what I make, but that don't mean I'm about to go get a $2,400 a month house. So that I'm gonna go get the $1,100 a month too. You feel what I'm saying?
Live within your
Like,
means.
why would
Live
I do that?
within
Just
your
because,
means.
no, I don't need to do all that. You feel what I'm saying? Just because what I make, I don't need to do all that. You know what I'm saying? So when I handle my necessities, I can still ball till I fall. You feel what I'm saying?
Right.
But people make a certain thing and want to go get that. Nah, bro, sit your ass somewhere at that $1,100 a month. You be all right.
Yeah, we do live outside our means. But before we go any further, I do want to get Scam in here to get your thoughts on poverty, brother. So just to give you the premise of the show, my mentor, we was having a talk on Facebook Live from the last show, and you know, we were talking about the why. Like, and so now we're breaking down what he considered to be the 3 pillars of the why for the black community. And this is what we're gonna fight to a solution through by the time we get to the end of the show. So we broke it down in 3 categories: poverty, greed, and revenge. Right now we're at poverty. So what's your thoughts on that?
First thing is you don't get to pick what your starting point is. That's not by choice. You start where you start, and you have to, and then whatever comes with it comes with it. So if you grow up in poverty, and the people around you are growing up in poverty, and the environment is what it is, you don't get to choose that. Then you don't get to choose what you're taught initially. So there's a level of grace allowed to people who come from bad situations or in current situations, and you're supposed to meet them where they are. Somebody's at a 2, I'm not going to tell them pay themselves first and the mindset of a millionaire. Like, dude, can I hold something or not? That's what they're gonna tell me. I mean,
That's a
but from where they are, all right. People who don't have money, there's usually a reason. And I'm not talking about 22-year-olds. Say 28 and up. Don't have any money, didn't have none last year, and ain't gonna have none. There's usually a reason. Whatever that reason is. It could be bad spending, bad discipline, bad management, but it goes before that, their mindset. Are they lazy? Are they working but delusional, unrealistic? Think that there's a pie in the sky. One day they're going to buy one crypto and make $5 million or hit a record deal. If they haven't been taught reality, expect them not to believe reality. If they haven't been taught to save or how money actually works, expect them not to understand how it really works. Or it don't take but a couple bad decisions to screw you up long term. Somebody gets scammed out of $3,000. Money is super tight. What was the thing I learned in college? It costs more money to be poor than it does to be rich. That's what they say. Being broke is expensive. Credit cards. Now I just got one for points. It's for airlines for points or whatever. I got a ridiculous amount of miles, but the interest rate 24%. Now my regular credit card is 7 points, the lowest you can ever get, and I was grandfathered in to 7.99. Balances are zero. I ain't using them for that. But somebody who don't know nothing, all they know is the limit is 1,500. They don't understand how the compound interest and all that stuff works. People with amortized loans, even if they get a mortgage, they don't understand how amortized loans work. They think the mortgage is $3,000 a month. That $3,000 comes off the mortgage when they make the payment. Nah. Same thing with that car payment. They don't know what upside down is. A lot of it is starting point, but then life factors. If you grow up in an environment that's negative, you've been beat on your whole life, told you ain't gonna be nothing, a whole bunch drinking, smoking, and fighting, that goes into your subconscious mind. And it's gonna affect you. It's gonna affect your confidence in the way that you move. So this is grace before just trying to hold people to some standard. Look at you broke people over there. Y'all are just dumb. You're not doing it right. If I was in their shoes, I'd probably be $5 broken than them.
Okay, so you're saying that in order to fix the poverty, we have to have grace for the mentality and find a more creative way to get them to education?
Yes. Just like to overweight people. I can just beat them up and call them fat all day, or I can tell them. The thing I told them said last week. Telling them to go vegan, that ain't realistic. Drink water and go vegan. That ain't gonna happen. But I can tell them to do one thing. Add strawberries to your diet. Eat strawberries or eat a banana before you eat your regular meal. Drink 1 cup of water before you eat what you're going to eat anyway. That can get them from a 2 to a 3. Or the person who ain't saving, take $20 and put it somewhere. $60 a paycheck and hide it. And then talk to me in 3 months. Well, actually, you want to talk to them more than that. But they can see, then they can actually see and feel something actually happening. Now they're more to figure. Most people got low self-esteem, never seen or felt results. But now you can move them from there, from that 2 to that 3. Okay, now you know that this is possible. Let me show you what else is actually possible. No, man, I got to spend that 180 at the club. Don't do it. No. We're going to this place. It's free before 11. We're going there tonight. You're going to drink some water and no alcohol tonight. But
okay, so you're saying that the solution should be tailored to the individual. Meet them where they currently are and give them tangible results so that they can have the motivation to keep said results and compound results. I like it. While we're here,
and getting to the why the problem is and working from the actual why.
I like it. I like it a lot. We get into the whys and we definitely help, and I like that a lot. Anybody else before? Because at this point, I think that we've done a pretty good job minding out poverty. I don't want to derail where we are with the videos because they're pretty much parroting what we have said. So does anyone else want to add to the identifying the problem of poverty before we go straight to the solution of Black people in poverty? Anybody want to add anything else that they didn't hear?
I think it's simply that poverty isn't unique to African Americans or the Black culture. What is unique to our culture is the unwillingness to make the sacrifices necessary to get out of poverty, because I'll say it again. Most families that immigrate over here, they live together, so that 35 or that 2,500 a month is split between 4 or 5 working individuals until they can save up and spin one out. Now that one is out. Now they only got 3, left in the house. Do it again, boom. Or someone comes and move. They live together in a unit to make the sacrifice required to make it out of a impoverished situation. Whereas our culture, we're going to stay by ourselves by any means necessary. We're not going to live with our mom and dad and grandparents. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's very rare to see 3 generations of Black people in the same household by choice, by strategic means of saying, hey, let's put all our Social Security checks together plus your income and do this, and then be saving, and then together we buy this other crib. No, that's not happening. We all separate, renting, barely making it, while the Asian and Chinese folks over there, 5 generations in the same crib, working, saving, boom. They
I got a question.
I got slight pushback.
Hello, let me ask him a question to give the pushback. Right. Devin, do you think that the way the economic climate is now, do you think that circumstances will make Black people have to acquiesce to that group economics thinking in the future?
I think the middle class is getting slimmer and slimmer to the point where you're going to be forced to, if it's not your family, it's going to be somebody else, right? To where you need to live with someone else or other people in order to make it by, because the economics of the situation is getting worse. People aren't getting paid the same or a wage that's keeping up with, the inflation or prices in general.
Okay. What you ask him? Give him a little bit of pushback.
Well, not pushback to the entire thing, but just to part of the narrative. The immigrants who come here legally usually come with a plan, and it's the best that are coming over here. So they're not really coming in poverty because their mindsets aren't in poverty.
That doesn't take away from the willingness to make the sacrifices necessary. Black people know what's required.
What I'm saying is
not willing to do it.
What I'm saying is those who are coming over, it's not the dude drinking out of a well that they show. It's the top. It's the people who have a value to bring, and they're coming over here with a plan. Their mindsets are higher than a lot of the middle class people, white, Black, Asian, that are already here. So they're coming with a plan. The ones who may come illegally or come in group, like the illegals that come over, they're not coming with this full plan. Like, we're going to get with the community. No, they don't speak the language. They don't have a choice. Or they can't afford to move to Beverly Hills. They have to stay where they can stay. They have to shop where they can shop, and they have to do what they can do. It's not by choice.
But what does that have to do with?
Yeah, but his point still stands, though. His point still stands. The way he said,
well, here's the other thing.
Regardless of mentality, because you have, like he said, they won't do that, but you'll have 5 generations that live in the projects, though. So
they don't have a
choice. They right on top.
No, what I'm saying.
They right on top of each other, but his point still stands. They right on
no,
top.
I'm saying
of
is they're not doing it based. They're not doing it based on group economics. They're doing it based on survival. They can't go anywhere else. And most of them
who can't go anywhere else.
No, here's the thing. Most of them tend to 75-80% tend to stay in that same environment. Most of them don't grow to be $60,000, $70,000, $80,000 earners. But most of them stay in apartments, drink Coronas on the weekends, work, and that's what they do.
Let's follow his logic.
That's what you see. Go ahead.
Let's follow his logic, Scam.
Scam on that bullshit. I ain't gonna let Scam ride on this shit tonight.
I ain't gonna lie to you. I actually agree with Scam a lot. Like what he's saying, I actually agree with it because, like, most of us is from Berkeley. We know how that's the slums, that's the dirt. Let me ask y'all this. I'm 32. Y'all in the higher 30s, the ones that's from Berkeley. Let me ask you this: how many of them dudes we grew up with, hung out with, are still in Berkeley?
A lot of them.
What are they doing?
Strata, not a lot of them.
No.
No, it's not a lot of them. We can't have a
either way. You tell me it's not a lot of them.
I'm not having a genuine conversation.
Why they still there though?
Bring
I'm
it
not
down. Bring
having
it
no
down.
genuine conversation
Hold
tonight. I
on.
ain't
Hold
doing
on.
it.
Hold on.
Either way,
Now,
you're I'm still in support of what he's saying, because at the end of the day,
okay.
these Haitian folks that come in, they come in with a plan, they come in to support their family, the team thing that they're talking about. These same homies and friends that we grew up with, a lot of them doing the same shit they was doing 10, 15 years ago. Why?
All right. So let's
In 10,
level set it.
15 years, they could have bettered themselves. They could have got with a group or did something. They ain't
All right,
doing
so,
nothing. They
so
doing the same thing.
let's level set it. Let's level set it. Let's take the particulars off of Devin examples, but stick to the idea. The idea is that if you come here from another land and all you know is those that are around you, regardless as to outcome, the mentality is a herd mentality. If that means we're gonna stay in this small ass $400 a month apartment complex in 5 generations, that's what we'll be regardless as the outcome. What Devin point is that it might be the cultural differences that allows them to stick through together longer than, let's say, we do as a black community that's already here. So even if we're gonna, let's say we remove outcome to Scam's pushback, let's take outcome off the table from Devin's point. Is it still true though? Which is why I
No,
asked Devin, does he think that because black people aren't like that, does he think that the economic climate is going to make it where we have to become that way, like the people that are coming in already have? So regardless of the outcome, put that to the side. Can we at least level set and agree that people that come here from another country have more of a group mentality to tackling economics? Can we level set it there?
They
I
do.
say yes and no. I was just trying to clean up the narrative.
Okay.
Most
like
of them that
But
come
it's
over
a reason.
don't
It's a
come.
reason
How
behind that,
yes
though.
and no.
No, I'm
How
saying
yes and no.
okay.
That's two different
Most
answers
who
to
come
one question.
over, most who come over illegally or come in survival, they don't become CEOs and make all this money. They live in
Right.
a raggedy apartment till they die. They live in the same place and do the same things, get to fighting and cutting each other with Corona bottles right up the street.
All right.
Texas, Cali, Arizona, the majority. I'm just saying when we say this, because there's a lot of people who don't know or don't see people in the culture,
Okay.
make sure you separate that there is a minority and minority and a majority, as well as there's legals with the plan and there's illegals that come for survival. That's all I'm saying.
No,
Just
that
make
is
it.
true. But
It's
even on
another
the
People
group.
plan,
hear it and they
It's
think
another
that they're
group.
coming and building every one of them is building a conglomerates, and it's not true. That's all I was saying.
Yeah, but it's a whole nother group and a whole nother scenario that y'all haven't touched on. People that
Who's
come
that?
over here to this country, they got more benefits than us being in this country.
I was about to say that they
First
get
of
those
all,
checks.
they can go into a bank and get a loan for and open up a business. They can get real estate. They got a higher credit score than us. Just starting off, they got a lot of other benefits that being here all our life we don't have. We
Right.
have
It
to work
doesn't.
to, or we have to work to get to.
mm-hmm.
Even
They
that
can just
doesn't
come
apply to
over
the
and be
majority.
ahead of us. And the majority of the people that do come over here that own those businesses, if you notice, every 4 years it's the same business, new ownership, because that's the game that they play. And they don't pay taxes on that because every 4 years, you got 4 to 5 years that you don't have to pay taxes on your business. So what do? They make their money, boom, dip out, bring their people in to do the same thing, don't pay no taxes.
Bro,
And
prime
you know that
example.
is
Prime
crazy.
example of what's occurring. Me and Jerron, we were online, and the premise was we needed to stay in the Alpha House because it was the only black owned house anywhere, bro. It was the last. It was a unicorn of a house, right? So part of us crossing, we had to stay in that house. Do you know what happened? The new boys, they came in online, and they weren't forced to, but it was the idea. Hey, in order to keep the house, we need y'all to stay in as well. There's no reason not to, except for I ain't trying to stay with 9 other dudes. I'm gonna get my own. Bro, we lost the house to a white fraternity, and now there's no black Greek letter.
In one lineage, literally in one lineage,
That's all it took.
one lineage. The
Cause
next
no,
semester, it was wild.
and we're smart. They're smart
That
individuals,
is
college
another point.
educated. What was it? They weren't willing to make the sacrifice. Why? They just didn't want to live with 9 other dudes. But it wasn't worth it to save the house. Now, if you take that same mentality and extrapolate ramifications for it onto the average folks who are in poverty, and you're saying, hey, to solve this, you got to stay with 8 other people that you know. It's gonna be the same situation. They're gonna be like, nah, I'd rather be on my own and do it. Like that's the problem. Is
But that's
But
something.
Devin, that goes two ways though. On one side, if you got 8 tolerable people with a good mindset, but hold on. If it's poverty and you're trying to escape, do you want to stay with the same 8 people that you've been trying to escape your whole life? I'm just saying there's two ways. I'm not
When you
saying
in
your
poverty, you don't
situation,
have no choice to have wants. You got to do what you
but
need to do. That's the problem.
there's people on the run.
sacrifice it.
But
Sacrifice
But
I'm
it.
we have.
saying
But that's the thing.
there's people on the run from their negative mama, daddy, and uncle. Like, look, I'll sleep on somebody's floor, or I'll be poor. I got to get out of this environment.
You have a point.
But we haven't been. I don't feel like as a culture that's something that has been taught. Like I feel like we have been so individualized that we just forgot, like y'all said, about the roots of how powerful that we can be together. Because I've lived in Cali. I've lived around tons of Hispanics, and even if they not pushing build businesses and stuff, they're still going to support their people. They're still like, I've never seen people that's like 18, 20 that's already married because that's something that they were taught. Like they're taught from the early age, you're better as a couple and as a group versus individual. And I just don't feel like that's something that we as a culture like talk about like at all.
It goes two ways. I know a
That's
lot
fair.
about
That's fair. I
the
see your
same.
point, and I do want to give it. I do want to give it space because you are saying you're level setting the talking point, but I do think that the
Right.
premise of what's being said still stands. So I think y'all, and I want everybody moving forward to understand that when Scam is injecting his pushback, it's more to make the point concise, but he's not necessarily disagreeing. So I don't want us to get hung up
Right.
on him providing clarity to jam the conversation up. Because what he's saying is there's a reality there, but it doesn't take away from either Devin's point, Bino's point, or the points. He's just providing, he's making it more concise to what he sees in the real world, right?
Yeah.
But
Or when they push the talking, when they say the talking point, they usually think it's the majority. They think that top minority is the majority. They think these Spanish marriages are
Scam,
perfect.
who is y'all? Who is y'all? You on SPS podcast? Who is y'all? We
The
do our
outside.
research. We do our numbers. Oh, okay, I just want to make sure. 'Cause, I gotta get clarification. I gotta get
The
clarification.
outside.
We ain't in that other place. We ain't in that
Yeah, I
other
got
place.
you. I'm just saying the outsiders, the people when they hear it, they think, oh, Hispanics is doing better. Their marriages, as if all these marriages function. As if they ain't busting each other in the head with Corona bottles.
that's
They
a
got the
fact.
same problems. There's a Spanish podcast right now going on about the men's and the women somewhere in Spanish and English.
No, it's what you're saying. Like
But
it's valid, but
right, the rate is still higher. They still are working together, but there's still another side of that. They have their functional and they have their dysfunctional.
and absolutely. But I'm saying if we focus on a functional, we'll
Mhm.
be
Yeah,
like
And
that's
again,
true.
I don't want to stray too far from the original premise that Devin laid on the table, which was when you breaking up into ethnic groups, there is a oneness that we see from other cultures that we lack. Now, it could be from the privilege of us being here naturally, like us being born here, and maybe the displacement or disconnection that we have from ancestral ties, but we can't take it off the table as if it doesn't exist when you're comparing us to any other ethnicity,
Yeah,
be it good
yeah,
or bad, so to speak.
yeah.
Does that make
Right.
sense?
Yeah, just like if we all decided we're going to move to Mars or we're going to all go to Scandinavia, all 9 of us. Y'all don't know me. I don't know y'all. But as soon as we land,
We all together.
we better know each other.
Facts.
Whatever problem I got with CJ, we better fix it in the parking lot. Because at the end of the day, I don't know these people. I don't know the language. I don't know if they want to harvest our organs. So a Hispanic coming from Venezuela showing up and it's a 6-foot ugly black guy in their face they don't know and can't speak the language. And there's a Venezuelan over there. They better go connect. And
Oh,
as
I see your point. You're saying that the closeness might not come from ethnic lineage, but more from the sense of survival of environment. You're saying, do you
or
think that brings it out of
yes,
everybody?
not just survival at the lowest level, survival, but
Okay.
then there's comfort. Like I talk to people. I live in Florida. Somebody who I meet a lot of girls who say came from Jamaica or Haiti when they're 13. They around a whole bunch of Americans and they see a Haitian girl. That's who they're gonna identify with. Then outside of the Haitians and Jamaicans, the foreign born, because that's what they know. Then later they grow up and start venturing out. But naturally, you're going to,
Damn.
if you came from Africa and there's only 3 other girls that are African in your school, you might want to know who they are.
I see
It
Well,
your
might,
check
point.
this.
Just saying.
It's basically they say there's nothing better than a familiar face in strange lands. It's
yeah.
because
But you throw a language barrier in there, the
exactly
Hispanics, they
any
have to,
any
yeah.
anything that you can relate to when you feel you're on your own. Take two people that think they're solo in China. You see another black person, you're gonna be like, hey man, or an American, you're gonna be like, hey, do you know how to get here? You're gonna gravitate towards
Yeah.
something that puts you at ease naturally. But we're the if we're talking about root, we can all take and pick apart these extreme examples. The essence of the point is black people as a whole, we are not doing what's necessary. We've been here, we know better. For instance, name another culture that has something like the shade room, where we congregate and we'll get on and get together to talk shit about anything. That's we find that appealing. That's entertainment for us. The shade fucking room. Now imagine that's what we do. We find that interesting. With white people, there's a shit called Race to a Million, Race to 10 million. Wall Street bets, like they're going and talking finance. That's what they consider fun.
Hold
Right.
on.
That's why.
They got,
That's hold on. Scam down. That's why I'm
go
more.
ahead.
That's why I'm more. That's why I'm more on the debit side, because this show is wise of the black community. I don't. And I can shut up after this, but I don't want to focus on what other coaches do. We need to focus on or the reason why they do it. We need to focus on why we don't do.
No, I was just going to say the white people also got mob wives and Jersey Shore and all the other bullshit too. And
But and Matt,
theirs comes before ours.
okay,
The
that's
white,
fair.
they ain't got no community
They
either.
they outpace us by 6x, the 400K versus 58. So maybe they can afford to do that shit. We can't, is what I'm saying.
No, what I'm saying is,
Damn.
and I guess it doesn't matter. I'll just say it now. And they had a 400-year head start, and their numbers is looking jacked up too.
Hey, we need to walk without the
We
excuses.
keep
All right.
focusing on other coaches. You keep
Yeah,
giving
like
No, I'm
excuses. You
just saying
keep
it
they're
when.
focusing
not
on
giving us
other
any
coaches.
reparations. So
No, I'm
what are
not
we going
focused.
to
I'm
do
just
about
saying
it?
when they say white people up here, black people. No, white people are pretty jacked up too. They
That's
only
fine.
3 blocks away doing the same stupid stuff. They
That's fine.
beating,
But if we're
cutting,
looking at
shanking
stats,
Y'all,
feminists,
but y'all,
sexual liberation. They just as bad. They girls gone wild.
we're literally looking at the stats, and the truth of the matter is, per household, there's 6 times more assets than blacks. It doesn't matter about the whole. We could walk around with every excuse as to why, or we could say, what? How do we fix
I
that? How do
agree.
we address it?
I agree
Because
with that.
again, in lieu of us getting reparations to level set, we have to figure out something that's better than pointing out the fact that it's an unfair advantage. But we know
No, I
that.
agree. Because at the
So
end of the day,
so
if we're at 50,000 average, how do we get to 60, and how do we get to 70?
yeah,
There you go.
Eventually,
There you go.
200,000. I'm
That's
100% on that.
that's the convo. That's the convo. I like it. I
exactly.
like it. Appreciate y'all for reeling it back in. Like I said, man, we got some bright minds on this panel, man. I appreciate y'all having the convo and getting through it, because like I said, this is very nuanced. Before we go any further, I do want to welcome Boom to the panel. What's up, little bro?
What's up with
What
y'all, man? What's up? What's up? What's up?
good with
You want to know
what
my
are your
thoughts on everything?
Yeah, right now we're on the poverty, the causes, effects, and problems. After you answer, we're getting straight to the solutions to the poverty problem in the black community. But what are your
I
thoughts
mean,
on poverty?
I don't want to just drag the conversation on anymore. I'm just be quick about it. Once we realize the systems that have played us against us, don't get caught up in all the systems. Focus on the system that you can control and you know if you're controlling that system and you are hands on that system, then you will make a change. It will be a small change, and the change that you make, you're probably not going to be alive to see it, but you planted that seed that's going to keep going and going. It doesn't matter if you're in the healthcare field, it doesn't matter if you're in the education field, it doesn't matter if you're in the judicial field, it doesn't matter if you're in literally the entertainment field, the news field. Every system that is in place is going to hold black people back. Every system that is in place, I will say this again, it's not one system that's in place not here to hold us back. So whatever system that you're in, since we're doing podcasts and we're doing entertainment, your sole purpose should be uplifting people that look like me and you. If you are a nurse, if you're in the judicial system and being a lawyer and everybody want to be a lawyer, you need to be helping your fellow brother and sisters out. If you're in the community, you need to be helping these people out. And I feel like that is you know, just cause and effect.
I like it. That familiarity that Devin was speaking to earlier, that even Scan was talking about, regards as the outcome. Finding someone that looks like you, figuring out where y'all are more similar, and helping each other because you look like me, and for
Exactly.
no other reason. You feel me? Like
And just a little bit about like when I moved to California, you know, my entire life I didn't understand how spoiled I was growing up in quote unquote poverty. You know, 80%, 90% black. You know how we grew up, bro. It ain't really, you know, white or Hispanic people where we grew up at. So I flew to California, and then now, you know, San Francisco is literally 2% black, bro. So
mm,
my entire life for 21 years, I've been surrounded by people that look like me. That is a privilege, y'all. Y'all don't understand. We sit here and complain about this shit, but I'm telling you, nigga, when your ass is out here in the fucking world that's actually quote unquote progressive, they want your ass up out of there, bro.
or
It
disadvantage
it
actually.
ain't it ain't no bro. It ain't nobody out here black. I'm telling you, I can walk. It can be 3 days before I see a black person, bro. You don't understand that shit. It'll be 3 days before I see a black person, bro.
that's real.
Like real life, you be the only black person in places, man. And it's like familiarity from being familiar with somebody is important. And I understand that. I don't know who made that point, but it is very true. I see it all
Like
the
Devin
time from
said.
people that are the Bay Area and California is definitely a hub of people, quote unquote, illegal, whatever you want to call it. But when I work in the community, so when they are fresh off whatever you want to call it, they come straight to the community and we give them the resources. And guess what? We got people in place. Wherever you fit in, you get in. That's your tribe, that's your people. They speak the same language, they gonna do what they gotta do. And they just rise up through the ranks. I see it. I wouldn't say ranks, but they rise up and they get their resources, and that's what I feel like we should do as well for our people instead of looking down on our people that's impoverished. Whatever impoverished is to you,
Got you.
so yeah.
Like it. I like it. I like it. Let's go, Josh. I'm gonna go straight down the panel. I'm gonna snake it down, and I need a solution for this big poverty why in black people. I need a solution that's actionable. Don't give me a platitude. Don't tell them go get it. I'm grinding. I want to hear that shit. I need a practical solution to get people from 2 to 3. I need a practical solution to get somebody from 19,000 to 22,000. I need something practical and tangible. If you ain't got it, just say pass. But I'd rather you pass than to hold us up with platitudes because that Tupac keep your head up shit is not working. So if you ain't got one, that's cool. But we nailing down solutions this show. I promise y'all.
Well,
Josh,
well,
what you got?
what I got is very simple, and it's so simple that it's almost looked over. Look at the jobs that not are in need at the moment, but that will always be needed. I don't give a fuck what's going on, if it's a war, if it's whatever. You know what
Okay.
I'm saying? Like just to, I guess go ahead and give a little bit of pushback on the financial field. Like, like for instance, I mean shit, like the shit that just happened at the docks all over the coast or whatever. It's like people forget how important the goddamn dock workers are. You know what I'm saying?
So your
Like,
advice to the impoverished is find what we would consider an essential working job and get in that field. How? How would they go about doing that?
I mean shit, there's a
Make it real. Make it real for them.
mean, how so? I mean, shit, I wouldn't.
I
I
got
mean,
you.
I
You
like,
good, but this is
yeah.
He said, I'm gonna nail, we gonna nail this pod. I promise we're gonna nail this pod down, y'all. Like we getting solutions for real. So I love that point. I think that two things you can do. Let's make it actionable. Step one, let's go with Josh's theory. Go back to when that big sickness happened to us and research all of the people that were considered essential. Then, at your poverty level, see where your requirements closely align to one of those jobs. So let's start there. Based on where you are education wise, based on where you currently live, find somebody that was working through the sickness and you either got to get a handout, go to Indeed, find the job that is closely more suited to where you are and what you qualify for. Because I think a lot of times we tell people to shoot for things that are not qualified for. And if you at 19,000, it's unrealistic to tell you to go to school to community college. So let's throw that the fuck off the table. Based on your current experience, leverage what you know and where you are to an essential job to at least make sure that you are in the industry that you have the chance to even get out of. Is that actionable? Would that be fair?
Are you still talking to me? Or?
Yeah, bro. Yeah, my bad.
Well, yeah. That will
Yeah.
most definitely be fair. Like, all right, for instance, like let's say if you wanted to fuck around and get in the trucking school, like if you're already in the poverty line, then you ain't gonna have the bread to go ahead and pay for that. Well, there's actual programs depending on what state you're trying to drive in. You know what I'm saying? There's programs that'll actually help you out. And if not, there are actually companies that'll fuck around and pay for the training. But the only thing is, you're going to have to sign another contract while this company is holding your CDLs and whatnot. You're going to have to drive this amount of miles or make this amount of trips before we can release your CDLs back to you type jump.
Okay,
You
so
know what I'm
you're
saying?
also
It's
saying on top of those programs, they need the find government grants and other programs to assist with those career switches, is what I'm hearing.
Yeah, because I mean,
Okay.
and a lot of career fields that I'm thinking now, like if you want to be a welder, but if you ain't got the bread to go ahead and pay for the equipment and the courses, there's grants and you know what I'm saying, and things that you can get if you just
If you qualify and
if you
apply.
do the due diligence. Yeah.
Okay, I like it. CJ, how we fixing this poverty thing in the black community? What we doing? Give me some actionable things.
Man, actual things. If you got a decent paying job, I know some people don't have a decent paying job. If you got a decent paying job, you need to understand kind of what Akil said earlier. Basically, gain an understanding of what all your current bills are and what you make on a monthly day basis. You need to learn not to never ever live above your means. I don't care how much money I'm making now, how much money I'm gonna make next year, how much money I make when I'm in this dental field. Bro, I'm never gonna live above my means. I was raised, my father taught me never to do that. So never live above your means. I don't care how much money you make.
Like
That's how you will never have your finances will never be a struggle. You'll never think to yourself, oh, how am I gonna pay this? I'm gonna pay that. You blowing all your money on stupid shit, or you blowing more money than what you can or what you have to the point you buying using credit cards or getting loans and you can't even
okay,
pay none of that stuff off. So learn
real
how to
time
pay
budget
them.
and stay within your budget means, is what you're saying.
Stay below it. Like
Okay,
whatever your income is, you pay everything out, but never collect enough things or like payments or whatever to the point where they eventually go over what you make. Never.
okay, make it real. Make it real. I make 19,000 a year. My bills come up to $900. What should be my target to not go over a month?
Bro, that math is crazy. 19,000 a year,
30%,
but your
30%,
monthly
30%.
bills is $900.
It's 30%, bro. That's
Yep,
simple. It's
30%.
30%.
Okay,
Your bill should
got
you own out of your monthly income. You should only on your bill should be 30% of your monthly income.
thank you. That's what I was looking for. I know the numbers was crazy. My
Yeah,
bad. I know
30%.
I was doing
Yeah,
math.
You spending over
Handle?
you
you talking
spending
about
over
poverty
30%.
people.
That's literally you living above your means.
All right, now, Akil, I got you. Let's say someone is at 45%. What would they do to get to 30?
Start turning off stuff they don't need, like them extra subscriptions. Like a lot of people got TV and internet and all that, bro. You got internet on your phone. Why you looking at TV anyway?
Mm.
That part. You too broke to be looking at TV. I
Like,
like that.
yeah, like it's okay to watch TV, but it's so many different things you can do on your phone. You don't even need TV no more.
Like it. I like it.
Mhm.
Okay. So we
I'm
got
a
with Josh.
filmmaker, man. I gotta watch TV, man.
Hey, you can watch
Yeah,
it on your phone though.
baby.
You could
Yep.
literally connect your phone to your TV.
I got a movie
Yeah.
deal. I ain't trying to hear none of that shit.
You can connect your phone to your
Nigga be
TV.
reeling
Nope,
like a
I'm an actual
motherfucker.
filmmaker. I do red carpet events. I ain't trying to hear that shit.
You can connect your phone to your
I'm
TV.
a movie maker. I got like what 80K of film equipment. We ain't trying to hear that
But that's
shit.
work. You get paid to do that.
Right.
Exactly. That's the
You a 1%.
yeah, like nigga, I'm not allowing you to do this shit tonight,
You
Jonathan.
can get paid.
like he know better. He just trying to start shit.
I
But
love you.
it's a
I'm
lot.
just
It's a
fucking
Your
with
ass
lot
y'all.
of
back
I'm
other
on
fucking
the
with
things.
road,
y'all. I'm
bro.
It's a
fucking with
lot of
y'all. I'm
things
fucking
that
with y'all.
people
I'm fucking
don't.
with y'all. I'm fucking
It's
with
a
y'all. I
lot of
just had to
things
make it
that
light
people.
here. I'm fucking with y'all. I'm
No,
fucking with
it's
you,
all
bro. I'm
good.
fucking with you, bro.
Yeah, it's all good,
I'm
bro.
fucking
It's all
with you,
good.
bro.
But it's a lot of things that people have and they spend money on that they really think a want and not a need.
Mhm.
Like if you go down, if an average person, I do this almost every day, helping people doing budgets. Man, you should see some of the stuff they spend their money on. Y'all would be like, what? Like I know we have a young lady here on here, right? Is she still here?
Yeah,
I'm
she
here.
right
Yeah.
side.
Okay, not just you, but any woman that you know about how often do they get their hair done, their nails done, and their toes done, and lashes, all of the extra stuff to look pretty.
Mm.
So just we ain't gonna say how many times. About how much do you think spent the month on that?
Over 1,000.
That go an extra 1,000 right there.
Okay, I like it. So you're saying that the problem isn't that we're broke, that we're misappropriating, correct?
Yeah, yeah. I know
That's
I'm
what
married. I'm married. I don't care about. I'm married. Like before I was married, I wasn't looking for no woman that had her hair done, her nails done, and all of that stuff. I'm looking for a woman that had this.
Mm-hmm.
I like it. I like it, Akil. I like it.
So
Let's go
that's a little tip for the women out there.
cut
Hello.
out
Side note. Side
some of
note.
the beauty maintenance bills to get within that 30%. I like that. I like that, Akil.
Yeah,
Good
it'll
plan.
help. It'll help.
Let's go Saudi. And then we're gonna come up to Be No Scam Devin in that order.
Because I have to go get my kids. But my solution is to just find your tribe. If that's like getting a mentor, getting a financial advisor, actually putting in the footwork to change your mindset and change and get the solution. So that's about it.
I'll let that slide because I was going to drill down into that, but I know you moving and shaking. We appreciate you,
Nah,
Saudi.
she ain't got to
Find your tribe.
pick him up yet. You go ahead to dig in that what she just said. She
Beat
I don't
on
hear no
y'all,
kids.
I'm
man.
gonna let him
My
get it
I
off,
don't hear
God.
bro.
no kids. I don't hear no kids.
Fuck
I'm
that.
just saying, like, what you want me to dig into
Drill
exactly?
drill
Like,
down. No platitudes. No platitudes, Saudi. So what I mean by that is nothing general, nothing that's just like your head up. What does that mean to tell someone that's in poverty to find their tribe? What does that look like on a day-to-day? What
find
should
your
someone do
tribe.
tomorrow?
If that's
How?
being at find your tribe, if that's being at work and just having conversations and you notice, oh hey, I see she's in school and she set her family structure up like that. That's someone you want to be around because now y'all have positive conversations. Y'all
Got you.
can
So are you
I'm
saying
sorry.
that tribe should be where they're striving to be or where they are? Because that's very
Where they
important.
striving to be. Fuck where they at. Like
Okay,
it's where
so
they
their
striving
tribe
to
should be
be.
where they want to be, not where they are.
Yes.
I'll take that. I'll take that. I'll take that. I like that. I like that, Saudi.
So you just added on a little bit more to what Boone was saying when he was saying if you're a lawyer, you should be trying to link, lawyers should be trying to link with lawyers, doctors be trying to link with
Yeah,
doctors. That's what
you
you're trying to
you
do.
gotta be
Yeah,
around who you want, like
yeah.
who you see. Like if that's like I said, getting a mentor, getting a financial advisor. Like if you
Can I
know,
drill a little bit more? What if you're not around them people, but you're inspired to be that? Then what?
then that guy, you better go find them. Like
Right.
I
So how
know
you
all
find
of
them?
y'all.
How do you
I know
find them? You
all of
got to
y'all on
dig.
this podcast.
How do you
I
go find them? Don't derail my question.
You go
How do they
find
go
them.
find them? Tell them
You
we're
go
talking to the
find them. Like
audience. We're
I'm
talking
gonna
to the
tell
audience. Tell
you.
them. Okay, go ahead.
You go find them. If that's going to places where they're having an event for entrepreneurs, you go there by yourself. You just show up. if that's going on Facebook and interacting. Like, you know, I used to be under kill doing the trade ad, and I tell people all the time, his methods are powerful, but if you don't have that mindset, it's not for you. You know? So it's like, even with your brother Jonathan, like when he was the first person who ever heard me do you know, my poetry and stuff. It's like I've never really talked to him outside of like, oh, I seen he was in Cali when I moved there. I'm like, damn, we both from the 2-5. Like, let me hit him up, let's see, whoop de whoop. You know, we became friends. I'm like, all right, I know he do X, Y, and Z. Can you see, you know, how this sound? What it like? You have to put yourself out there. You're not going to get nowhere if you don't push yourself out there. Bottom line.
I like it. I like it. Let's go, Bino. Keep it going.
Facts.
Keep it going. Concise. We getting straight to the
Nah,
solution.
yeah, I agree with all what y'all said. I agree with all what y'all said. I would say, I'm leaning more towards what Boone said, because it's like this for me. Like, care for your people, bro. And if you care for your people, put the information out there they need, and don't and I'm gonna keep elaborating on that. But when you put it out there, when you're dropping that knowledge, don't get mad because somebody don't want to take in the knowledge the day you put it on. Like, keep doing it. It's a work in progress. And I'm gonna bounce
Oh
off
no,
what you said.
Bino. Redirect it to not the person that's giving the aid. Redirect your advice to the person that needs the aid.
Well,
Redirect it.
that's why I say I agree with all y'all. So I mean, if I say anything else, it'd be what y'all already said when it comes to
Okay.
that need. Yeah. So I'm just adding on, you know, to other than that though, I ain't got nothing to say based on what I'm about to say, because y'all already said what, you
I
know,
respect it.
based on the
I
vote. Yeah.
respect it. That means that what we saying is solid. So I don't want nobody to think that because you got to pass the mic on this, that means that you're not adding to the convo. That means that we've had some
Yeah.
real good tangible shit on the table.
Yeah, for sure. So
Scan, what
yeah,
you
other
got,
than
brother?
that, I ain't got nothing.
I respect it. I respect it. Scan, what you got? Something tangible to break out of this poverty shit. What we doing?
Short term, long term plan. For a short period of time, max that ass out. That's what I mean.
Pause, but go ahead.
You got your job. You got your job and you work 40 hours. If they offer overtime, take the max. For 18 months of your life, and it's mainly to people under 30, 35. Take 18 months, tell your cousin and them, look, man, y'all ain't going to be seeing me that much. I got to get this bread.
I like
Or
that.
get a second job. Or if it's college, or if it's a trade you're trying to do, go 100% for 18 months. If you braid hair and there's a funny new micro braid out, practice on your daughter's hair every day for 18 months so you're the best one in the state. But take 18 months. If you have to move in with your cousin, like, look, cuz, I'm going to give you $600 a month, I'm going to give you $800 a month. I ain't even going to be here most of the time, no way. Because I got it 6 days a week, 12 hours. Max yourself all the way out. If you got 2 jobs or overtime, separate the income. Live off the 40, save the other 32 or whatever is extra. Save it. Separate that income. Or if you're young, look, I don't force it, but look at the military as an option. Do your 2, 3, 4 years. Those benefits are for life. They're not free. Yes, you're gonna pay a price. I ain't gonna lie to you. Oh, they're gonna help you. No, some of it is some bullshit. It is what it is. And you might get sent somewhere. In a point lying, you're going to deal with some stuff you don't want to do, but the benefits are for life. And it's a risk. The least risky one is probably the Navy, because when they go to war, they actually going over there partying somewhere while everybody else blowing people
I
up.
know, right? Weak ass motherfuckers. But go on.
Got you.
90% of the military support anyway.
There you go.
So
Like-
everybody ain't out throwing guns and grenades. But I'll just keep it simple. I'll leave it at that. But have a short-term plan, so for the rest of your life, you're actually in a position and you can somewhat be set.
I like it. 18 months of grind, max out your time that you already have, what you're already doing. I love that. That's great, tangible stuff. Devin, what you got, brother?
I mean, simple.
Thank you.
The simple way is to spend some, save some, and that's like a motto to think about, but to actually do it, just for most people, what you can do is go substance free for a year. Meaning anything you would have spent money on to buy a certain substance that's extracurricular, save that instead. You don't need to just don't do anything. Let your body reacclimate to just being in its raw form with no external influence, right? But the money that alcohol, for example, if you usually go out and you get a glass of something, that's $30. Multiply that by a month. That's money that could have been saved. I would say that getting mental clarity and then doing it through saving the money that you would have spent otherwise on a substance to chill or do whatever, that's an easy way to save and know that it's not going towards or being wasted towards something else. And if you can start there, you get the mental clarity and you get the money in your pocket. And at the end of it, you might just be like, "Oh shit, I'm actually good on that." It's a way. Again, this is if you're in poverty. Trust me, cut that shit out just for a year. Start with a small goal though, but trust that if you have the discipline to do it, you'll see your bank account rise and your mental state as well.
So sacrificing a vice and
Exactly.
investing back in yourself. I like it. I like it. Who we got down there? Let's go, Josh, and then whoever's at the bottom of the screen. Got to remove the banner. Josh, what you got for us, brother?
Wait, which Josh?
Joshua Jones, not my brother, the other brother.
I got you. I got you. So,
What's good, brother?
What's up, guys? It's actually I miss you guys from Discord. It's finally good to see a face with a name. I apologize, I'm not on camera. I promise the next time I pop up, I'll be on camera.
Oh, good.
Here's my question. Your premise is starting with you want to fix it. Why? Probably the most dangerous thing you could do to your own economy is to fix it. So hypothetically, let's say you're talking about you want to remove. Hold up. You want to remove this small minority within the Black community as being at the bottom. Your labor department, the labor statistics put Black community as roughly about 65% takes up middle class, and add another 10, which actually might be 11% now at upper class, right? So that's putting you at 75%. And we ain't even gotten to basically start cutting out the youth from that number. We don't exactly know how. So that 75%, if you can find some accurate way to remove the youth from that number, from the total population, you might be hitting about 92, 96% as being financially well off when it comes to income. That's what the labor department's going to bring out.
Okay.
If you break that down per capita, y'all are doing better than the white community by roughly about 6 to 8 index points.
That's
so this
fair.
idea that income wise, you guys ain't cutting is complete bullshit. You guys are actually doing, I say, better than us. Now, your problem with it is I think what people are talking about is like how they're spending their money, because when we talk about poverty, we're either talking about the assets that we own or we're talking about the income. Nobody's ever putting those together, and I don't know how to hit that metric, right?
Right.
But the problem now comes down to is you're going to have to compete, right? Who are you competing with? You're already beaten based on income. You're already beating white people, right? Unless you're talking about the assets, in which case you need a bigger population to even be able to hit, to even be able to compete, right? So you're going to have to start getting married and breeding, like crazy, right? To even catch up, right? Don't expect that in 75 years. What exactly are you trying to fix? Because you could be in the case, if you're talking about just straight up economy wise, right? For there to be a race, for there to be a competition, somebody has to be at the top and somebody has to be at the bottom.
Right.
So
I see your point. Your point, you're saying per capita, when you put us as Black people against other ethnicities, your premise that you bring to the table is that we're better off than what we would appear to be
to the white community, right? Now to the Asians, you got a different story to deal with, right?
Right.
But to the white community, you're roughly doing as best as I can tell, and I am still guesstimating on that whole how do you parse out the youth number. but I'm guesstimating somewhere between 6 and 8 index points better than the white community. You have to do per, you have
because
to
you have
do
to do it
per capita.
I see exactly where you're going with this because I think that's fair. But I'll put it like this, Josh. The reason why we're having it, and I'll bring back up the stats because per capita, you have a great point. To me, that's 17.9% too many. That's 22% too many. And to your point, yes, if the idea was to only compete to bring equity against white people of the right race, you would have an argument. But I would say that everybody on this panel is 2 kids that are food insecure is too many. And again, as a people, if we want to get these 20% to raise up, because we can all agree, Josh, and I know you're not going to disagree here, that the middle class will be non-existent pretty soon, correct? You with me there?
No, I don't believe that middle class.
You don't think the middle class will disappear?
I don't either. It's just going to change.
I don't believe the middle class.
It's going to change what we call and classify, correct? But can you say that there will be a higher gap between the have and the have not?
we always about every 8 years we reclassify what the middle class means, right? That's what the whole tax bracket thing is. Yeah,
because it gets weird. But I will say this: that's the reason why, even to your point, even though per capita we do outpace the whites by maybe 6 to 8 point percentiles, but my argument will always be 22% on the negative side is too many. Even if we at 1%, in my mind, it's still gonna be too many because there's always room for improvement. There's always room for us to do better. But I do like how you framed that and how you did put a different spin on it. I think that as people, when we have this conversation in terms of competition, we don't necessarily go into the nuances of these white ghosts that we speak about a lot. Like we assume that they're all doing that much better. But I do have a question for you, Josh. The reason why this is important, this goes to a stat we brought up earlier. The one that bothers me when we're looking at the white counterparts is the 1, 2, 3, the fourth point. In black households headed by someone between the ages of 55 and 64, the median total assets in 2019 was only 54,000 compared to 383,000 to white people that are also aged 55 to 64. That's why this would still be, even though per capita we are doing right, to your point, that alarms me.
So this one is the only real shit. So this is what we start talking about, like generational wealth. This is your problem, right? You're going to get stuck with. Correct. You got to get married, and you got to figure out like how you keep you basically keep the assets within the family a few generations. All you need is technically 2 to hit the statistic, but 3 is your stability marker point.
Okay, so that's a good solution to this poverty problem. You're saying that we have to, for that 6 and 8 point percentage, in order to keep it, we have to get married and pass it to someone else to close that 300,000 to 55.
Yeah, you basically gotta you gotta combat the death tax. That's a problem in itself. 2, you basically gotta be a cutthroat asshole. You have to get your assets. You have to start taking advantage of the tax brackets, which is the reason why you climb up that ladder, the economical ladder. The tax brackets, they're important because as you go up those tax brackets, you have more options for tax incentives. Technically speaking, once you hit like upper middle class, you have no choice but to invest your money into additional businesses just to get away from tax write-offs. Right? Like, so you're using it. They say you don't pay taxes as you go up. It's not entirely true. You're still paying out. It's just instead of going to the government, you're technically forced to invest in yourself or other family members. You know how that goes.
Right.
That's where you're
leverage the difference in being taxed more is where you're sending the money.
Right.
That has to be taxed. I like that.
Yeah. Can I add something?
Sure.
Keep your admin game tight. Your will, your trust, your living trust, or whatever, the if I get sick, and your divorce, your child's, all it, attorneys get a major cut of. All right. Older people, black people, and I say this is more of a minority thing, are getting eaten alive in the admin game. And the more that they fighting between each other, the more the courts and attorneys get a cut. That's child support, that's divorce in whatever court. That's not having a will. That's estate warfare between a brother and a sister. have your money, have a plan for your money and everything that you own. Or there will be a plan for you, and it's going to be an ugly guy with a suit on taking 30, 40, 50% off the top.
Right. So you're saying that in-house beefing that we gotten is costing us more than we know by allowing these entities to come in and just kind of
Yes.
shave off that
Right.
percentage off the top when we could figure it out ourselves by keeping them out of our damn business, by having
Right.
our business together. I love
Right.
it.
Truthfully, I think they said majority of people with kids work it out. Like the baby mom and the baby daddy they work it out outside of court. But the ones
Yes.
who do go end up getting rotisserie.
Facts
Off
on
the
both
top.
sides. Nobody
As soon as
wins.
they walk in the courtroom, both of them end up losing.
And I'm gonna
And
speak to
the
that
kids
personally.
lose the most.
I'm gonna
But
speak to that personally as a man that
go
was
ahead.
divorced. Again, I got my beautiful daughter, but that's something that me and my ex-wife was adamant about in terms of keeping our business our business. You know, we had to present it to the courts because we had to dissolve the union. But I will
Mhm.
say that her walking in and going to the court dates and hearing the horror stories, even though we didn't work, she did have an appreciation for why I was so adamant about we're not gonna publicly go back and forth with this shit. We made an agreement to get married, we got a beautiful daughter, and so we're gonna use that same civility to dissolve this. And again, it's respect and co-parenting, but the scam point, I do want to point that out, is that don't allow the internet to give you a level of fear to marriage if divorce is on your mind, because to Scam's point and to my reality, it doesn't get as nasty as you see on Netflix. Most of the time, most people don't have enough assets amongst themselves for it to even be a wild
Facts.
fight. Like, we got to start there too. So, but we also got to concede that your fear of getting divorced might be the very reason why you can't step into um, that different tax bracket, because we know two incomes are better than one, especially if you're in a union. Now, you still have to find the right person to be with, but I love that you brought that in, because far too often fear keeps us from the other. Like, the results we're looking for is on the other side of fear, and a lot of fear is just based off ignorance. So I love that point, Skim. I just wanted to kind of drill it home with something tangible. But that, yeah, to your point, it wasn't a big as her lawyer, my lawyer, no, because we knew this is extra money that we're trying to keep to our daughter. Even though we couldn't agree to stay together, we both agreed that our daughter's important moving forward. So
Yes, make sure your bank accounts, your everything else got the name on it, whoever the next guardian is. If it's not in order, the attorney gets all that and people end up in the system. It gets nasty.
that's a fact.
The elderly grandmother, if it ain't in order, how and the what, the attorney's gonna eat all 50% off the top. They're gonna take, and then y'all still gonna be beefing afterwards. But
Yes.
keep your assets in order. Keep your stuff in tight. Keep the admin game tight.
I love it. I love it. Let's go a kill with a solution. Then we're gonna go straight into greed.
Right. So I agree with everything that everyone have said. Um, but it's levels to it. I heard the last brother say the assets, the other gentleman said something about assets, and then I heard something about a trust and all of these things. But for a person that only makes $35,000 a year, that's not even in their viewpoint at this particular time. They could write it down on a paper for a future, but a trust or real trust is, that costs, depending on who's doing it, and if it's done right, that's gonna cost a pretty like I say this, a right one that I've seen is 20-30,000 just to write up the trust. Now if you get that done the correct way, you don't have nothing, what you gonna put in the trust? And then you have businesses in the trust, you have a yearly payment you have to pay for each of those businesses as well. So that's good for the future. That's good for the future. So I would say for anybody, because I've been homeless. And I worked my butt off to get on the other side. Right. So the first thing a person would have to do is figure out what they want to do. That's the first thing they got to do. They got to figure out their passion. What is it that they want to do? If they don't know what go ahead.
No, I was gonna reply when you finish. Go ahead.
Okay. If they don't know what they want to do, then they're going to end up doing what somebody else wants them to do, or they're going to follow along doing something that they see that they may think they want to do, and really find out at a later point that they're not going, they don't really want to do it. So the first thing they want to do is find out what they want to do, the passion, find that passion, and try to find a way to turn that passion into some finance, right?
Right.
Then budget, then budget what they already have. They have to sacrifice. I think it was the young lady got to sacrifice what they have. I know in my household, we are socialists in the household. Outside of the household, we are capitalists. I'll say that again. Inside the house, we are socialists. Outside the house, we are capitalists. And if a person,
I like
if
that.
people realize the way the family unit is set up and supposed to be set up for success, then everybody will win. I don't see nothing wrong with a family. Like my daughter, she's 8 years old. She's not going to move out the household until she finds a husband. My son, I'm not going to kick him out the household unless he's ready to go to the military, college, or already has a house that's already bought for him. Right? We want to set our children up for the future as well, so they won't have to go through things had to go through coming up. If I don't know everybody's situation, but I know I can only speak from my my situation or my past situation that I came from, right? So the second thing, or the first thing, is finding out what a person want to do, finding their passions. Second thing is budgeting what they already have. Third thing, after you budget what you already have, then you can start getting some assets, working to getting assets, because the majority of Americans, I ain't gonna even say full everybody, I'm gonna say Black Americans, they don't even have an extra $1,000 in their bank account for emergency purposes right now.
Gotcha.
Right now, they don't even have $1,000 for emergency cases. So if a person, the average person, that's like 63%, if I'm not mistaken. So if probably higher. So what if something, we know emergencies is in today's economy is more than $1,000 just for emergency purposes.
Damn right.
Right. But if a person don't have that, we in some serious, very serious trouble. So when we start talking about assets, like first thing, a real simple asset to get that we all need is a house. How many African Americans in America own their house? Let's look up those statistics, bro, because that's the first asset a person can get. How many African Americans in the United States of America own their home?
Now, when you say own, do you mean mortgage paid off in full, or are you saying they have a mortgage?
They can have a mortgage.
Just homeowners.
But they're homeowners.
Okay.
Because you can pay off a home over a span of time. I'd rather pay $2,500 for a mortgage than rent. So that's how you start building, your as far as an asset, the easiest asset to get, right? And then of course get a skill set. Now I'm gonna say what I can only talk from my point of view, but if a person learn how to trade, it's game over. I'm just being honest. If you learn how to trade, if you learn how to trade, it's game over, because now you can multiply your money. And that's, if I'm not mistaken, that's what assets do. That's what assets do. Assets, but it takes a little while longer for assets to multiply. And then you have to borrow from the asset, so you owe it back to that asset in which you borrowed from, unless you go ahead and liquidate it all the way. So when you trade, you can just go ahead and multiply your money. A true way to multiply your money, the same way the banks multiply their money.
I like it. And to give you the
can I reply real quick?
Yeah.
No, I'm spot on with a lot of stuff he was saying.
No, I'm sorry, y'all. My fault. I didn't know I was off mute this damn mountain. My fault.
Even with trading account, I got a friend who got a trading account. It's been up to 7 figures. And I had to ask him, does anybody got the password? Because literally it's active. If you roll out, and he got a 10, 11-year-old son, and he had never thought about it until I told him. Then he split it up in a couple accounts, and people got those. So it don't have to always be a will and a trust and some stuff like your crypto. That 16-word passcode, that somebody got access to it. But also, with the will and protecting asset, the person who doesn't have nothing, they 30, they just work, they still got an uncle, or they still got their mama. Even if her 401k with $42,000 in it, she has a stroke, that's 42,000. It's something. The car that she has that's paid off, $8,000. That's still $8,000. DMV, the driver, I don't know what's in North Carolina, but DMV in Virginia, whatever. If you ain't got the documents in order, every state is different. Hey man, that car is ours. You got to pay these $5,000 worth of impounding fees to get this $4,000 car.
Right.
It's a lot of extra stuff. And the other one is also making sure that there's not a fight. If you have something in document, yes, the wheels and stuff can get expensive depending on who you go to, but they also have free organizations that can get them started, or some that do it for cheap. But had a conversation with the people while they're living. Brother, sister, cousin. Look, this is how mom says she wants the stuff split. This is what we gonna do. Meaning, try to control what you can control.
Like that.
But that trading account, if nobody got the password, this if it's unregulated. I don't know who you trade. I ain't traded in a couple of years. But it can be something that small.
With the trust,
and
with that
money's
trust
floating
though.
in the sky.
With that trust. With okay, so let me turn on my light.
But I ain't traded in a while, so I don't know what broker you use or whatever. We used to use them unregulated ones. If you ain't got the password, that money in the sky.
Oh yeah. So this is how I have mine set up. I can only talk from my facts from my personal or experience, right? Before I learned how to trade, before any type of money came in, I wasn't even thinking about I was thinking about a trust in the future, but my goal was just to get ahead so I can have something to eat and take care of my family. That was my number one. Once I started making money from trading, I took some of those money, started paying off bills in advance so I wouldn't have to worry about it. Right. Then when I started making a little bit more, then I got a trust set. Well, I bought a house. Then when I started making a little bit more, I set up a trust and I started putting stuff in the trust. But in the trust, most people don't talk about. They don't even really understand what a trust is. They don't have the slightest idea what they hear. Yeah, I want to set up a trust, this and that. A trust is simply the rule book to your family's future.
That part.
That's what a trust is. You put everything in the trust, and it's rules that you put in the trust, depending on how far your vision is. You put the rules in the trust so people can have access to that trust if they follow the rules. If they don't follow the rules, they don't get access to a trust. A will is inside of a trust. Yeah, a will is inside of a trust. Like all assets are inside of a trust. Your insurance is inside of the trust. Lord have mercy, something happened to you where you are in a hospital and your significant other have to make a decision. Guess what? That decision making is in the trust. Everything that you do, everything that you have access to, a trust owns it. But the only people that have access to that trust are the individuals that follow the rules that you give access to within that trust. But to do that, you got to have some paper.
Okay, I got you.
You got to have some paper. You got to have. You can set up a trust all day, but you just gonna have a bill. It's gonna be like you building a frame for a house, but it ain't no walls. Right. It ain't no furniture. It's just a structure, just with some wood.
I got you. I'm single. I'm single, so my stuff is simple. I'm single, so my stuff is simple. Your stuff is a little different. I get where you're going.
Yeah. But even with you being simple, But even with it being simple. I mean, with you being single and it's simple, it still should be complex for your future. It still should have some type of rules in there where if you don't have no children, no significant other, no family, it should be rules to send your money, all your assets to some type of charity. And it should be somebody. It should be somebody to
oversee it.
To oversee that, to make sure that happens. And somebody to oversee them to make sure they're doing their job.
Hey,
that takes money. That takes money. It takes some paper.
Yeah, I gotta redo my own. So I got you.
Yeah. Oh, we're gonna bring Akil back because he has a wealth of knowledge that we ain't even tapped into yet. He just brought us the wow. I was like, hey, bro, I'm free. Let's do it. But Akil, can you speak to the question at the bottom very quickly? Shout out to Sneak. She said, "Can a trust fund have multiple people having access to it?"
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. But it's rules to it. So you want to, if you do it, I say it like this: if you have a trust fund for your children, it should be rules in that so that they like, okay, here go example, my personal example. My trust is set up, me and my wife, we over it. It could be changed, right? When we transition, it can't be changed. It's locked in. It's done. It's locked in. But one of my rules, I got 3 children. One of my rules, my oldest is 26, my youngest is 5, my daughter is 8. But the rules is if they don't get an insurance policy and the trust itself owns that insurance policy, they life insurance policy, they don't get access to the trust. That's one of the rules. That's just one of the rules. That's one. Is multiple other rules. So if you have some type of trust set up, right, and you want them to have access to it, it should be rules put in place so they can't abuse it or destroy it. That's why it's
Love it.
called a trust. That's why it's called
Love
a trust. What's the definition of trust?
it. Love it.
It's trust.
Love
You
it.
got to have like credibility, a trust. You got to have a trust, and you have to trust that your family gonna follow the rules. No trust, no access.
Like it. That's fire. That's fire. That's fire. That's fire, man. Again,
Can I say
welcome to the
something?
SPS podcast. If you are just tapping in, make sure you like, comment, and subscribe. This is great, great convo, man. We're gonna dive right into our next topic, man. We're gonna get into this greed.
Hey, Strata,
Excuse me. Yo, what's up, brother?
can I say something?
Yeah, what you got?
You know, that's why I wanted to say what I wanted to say earlier because I knew it was gonna be full of people that lead the conversation to a question. And it's not attacking y'all, but it kind of when I'm listening to y'all, it's easy to tell people this and that what you know. And I'm just adding on to it because it's like when I think about my personal experience and people always trying to tell me some shit to do this and do that, I think it'd be much more beneficial to be willingly to show people and kind of walk them a few steps and then let their hand go after a while. Because with poverty comes becomes low level education. So like Akil, I know I'm familiar with Akil, so I know he does it in real life, but so I'm not really necessarily talking to y'all on this panel. But people too often get to a certain point and then try to tell people shit, not realizing that where they from, y'all probably just talked over about 20 people here. You know, how many other people listening here? They don't even understand half the shit. That's why I'm glad Sneak asked that question. So I think it's just important to do like Bone say and do some community service. Community service is very broad and it don't just mean going and picking up trash. So that's all I wanted to say. But yeah,
Oh,
just like
absolutely. And
be
I
willing to
think that
show people.
to your point, Bino, this is why I love the nuances of this conversation. I asked all of y'all for something tangible because I all know that we come from different walks, we all are different places in our lives. We have different experiences. And this is why I want people to think about this pod in totality as a buffet of solutions for these problems. If it doesn't work for you, that's not where you at. Leave it at the buffet bar. Come back for it later. Grab a plate, digest what you can. But the beautiful thing about what we're doing, Bino, is that this is recorded and on YouTube, right? A lot of times we skip past these pods because people are arguing online. It's more entertaining. But this lives on as long as the SPS has a channel. This is forever. You ain't got to take it all in now, pause. You might have to come back to this video a year and a half when what Akil's saying makes more sense to you. You might have to come back to it when Auntie is not here anymore, but she has a vehicle that has value to Scam's point. You see what I'm saying? Like all of these things, I don't want us to get so focused on um keeping it, tailoring it, everyone speaking from that tailored perspective, because like you said, we're talking to the world here. There are people that understand exactly what Akil's saying. There's people that don't. But I love the idea of you all giving your own tangible solutions because we're speaking to everyone at different points in their life. So that is a great point though, Bino. And there's a lot of people that don't do that enough to where you're speaking from a place to where you're not talking to anyone and nobody can grasp what you're saying. And like you said, I don't think anybody up here did it, but that's why I love and made y'all nail down something tangible because I knew y'all gonna give varying answers that all work. But that was the point of doing it one by one. Give me something tangible. Don't give me no damn platitudes. Don't tell me to keep my head up and the good Lord gonna come down and say, that sounds good. It is cool, but let's make this tangible, right? So I appreciate y'all for doing it, man. We're gonna get straight into the next topic, or the next why. The big why is greed. Bring up another. I found some. First off, what you see on the left is, now I will say this, for greed and revenge, it was harder to pull tangible numbers. But what I did was I found that in a book there was this study that was done based off of the book it was a Robert Patterson book, if I'm not mistaken. And in this book, he was cited what Americans were willing to do for $10 million. So on the left, we're going to walk that down. I'm going to show you about the Dutch study on the right. So on the left, what are you willing to do for $10 million? 2/3 of Americans polled would agree to at least one, some to several of the following. 25% of people for 10 million would abandon their entire family. 25% of people for 10 million would abandon their church. 23% of people would become prostitutes for a week or more. 16% would give up their American citizenship for $10 million. 16% would leave their spouses. 10% would withhold testimony and let a murderer go free. 7% would kill a stranger for 10 million, and 3% would put their children up for adoption. This is speaking to greed. Now, on the other side, there was a Dutch study that was done in Personality and Social Psychology Bulletin that measured the psychological, which is life satisfaction, the economic, and the evolutionary outcomes, and revealed what they found out about people that consider themselves greedy. And what they found is that people that were considered greedy had a higher household income, but they had a lower personal income. They also found that people that were greedy had a higher number of sexual partners, but a lower number of biological children and shorter romantic relationships. But overall, the person that was greedy had a lower satisfaction with life outcomes. So I'm going to leave all this up here because I know there's a lot for y'all to digest. And before I get to the video, I just want y'all to take a look at how greed played out in both scenarios. People that were motivated and what they were sacrificed for, and what it looked like for people that already had it that were considered greedy. Lead us up for a little bit. Again, we're going to do this popcorn style because we got a huge panel. And again, I love you all being here.
Boy, this is crazy. I already know how I feel about all this.
Yeah, bro. Like this is it's an eye opener, and I wanted to keep it up for a while so I'm kind of see what popped out to me. All right.
Let me go first when we're ready.
All right, let's do it.
Let me go second.
Popped out to you. All right, I got you. We're gonna go CJ.
All right, what popped out to me the most for real, when the statement was, what are you willing to do for 10 million? I ain't even gonna lie to you. The part that shocked me the most on the percentage side is would kill a stranger.
Yeah.
To be honest with me, that is, I would expect that number to be the highest one. So to see that somebody's willing to abandon their own family, the entire family, is crazy to me. To abandon churches, like saying you abandon like your religious beliefs, I guess, for that 10 million. The fact those two numbers are higher than killing a stranger, that's low-key shocking to me.
I see what you're saying. I see the
and I also will say that the part where it said would leave their spouses, I expected that to be number 2. And I'm being real, like as just reading the question before I even started looking at, as you calling out the percentages, my first thought was killing somebody or leaving their girlfriend, boyfriend. That's literally what my brain was saying. Like that's something that somebody would probably most likely do, but maybe that's just my mindset. But yeah, I expected those two to probably be the highest ones. So to see that people are willing to abandon their families because they got $10 million in their pocket out of nowhere, that's crazy work. If I had $10 million, my family, the main motherfuckers I'm helping and supporting, like that's wild to know that really carried the most percentage. That they're like, fuck my family, I'm out. I'm rich, bitch, I'm out. Like that's wild to me. But bro, shit, I guess people think differently. I don't know.
Old world out here. Scan, what you got, brother?
I hate to say this, but there are a lot of people that y'all know that are only one trauma away. No 10 million on the table from committing and doing one of these things tomorrow. they're already going to do it or have done it or in their mind close to done it. All they need is one more trauma, and that's what they're going to do. That's where we live.
Damn. Yeah. I don't even have any pushback. You're right. I can't push back on that right now. That was,
hell,
that was
let me go after Scam.
what you got, Josh? What you got, brother?
I don't need the trauma. I'll kill all of y'all for $10 million. Plain and simple, right? At the end of the day. And I don't need the trauma, right? Like I don't need any reason other than the 10 million.
The 10 million is enough.
I think the abandonment of family, I think is probably an unfair investigation of the question. Think about it. We actually do this with our children, right? You've heard, like, you've got, like, say 3 children, right? One of them is a complete dumbass, ain't gonna do shit in life according to your perception, right? So you will cut funding from him or any resources into that, and then basically push some of the other children because they appear to you that they would have more benefits possible or potential in the future. We do this shit all the damn time. If you're all talking about we're all equal bullshit, that ain't happening. In ask parents how they feel about their kids. They have favorites. We do this shit all the damn time. Now, I know the question is a little geared kind of like abandoning your family, and you jump to the hyperbolic, right? Like the guy that just goes out for milk and cigarettes and never comes home kind of thing, right? But that's the stereotype talking versus the reality of what really happens within families. What was that list? Bring up that list. Personal income versus household income. Once you get to the point where you own a business, you can actually write your own salary, right? So your personal income doesn't technically matter. It just depends on where you are. And you're looking at lower middle class is the issue, right? That's why that number doesn't even really particularly matter. Would become prostitutes. Yeah, I'd jump on the gigolo thing, right? Like, hell, I wish I could. I do OnlyFans, right? I'm an atheist, so I don't have any morals, but I'd do an OnlyFans if somebody was willing to actually pay.
Yo, let me give context, man. Shout out to Josh, man. If you're not familiar, get on Discord. This might be risky, man. He's one of the admins over there. He's from the Hamp crew, man. Real solid brother. He's shooting the shit with us today. But again, I had a conversation with him in Discord. He's sharp. He's shooting the shit with us. But yeah, that's the context as to y'all like, what the fuck? Where did bro come from? Yeah. So if you are a part, make sure you go to Discord, add This Might Be Risky, become part of the family. They have some dope conversations going on in the back channels back there as well. Cool. Let's go with Devin. Based on the greed statistic, you can either speak to the Dutch study or what people are willing to do for 10 million. What do you glean from that? Devin, you still with us? I think you're a little frozen, brother. You're glitching a little bit. You there?
Devin?
Yeah, Devin.
Yeah.
You're glitching a little bit, brother. Just a little bit.
It's a lag.
You got a little bit of a lag.
What's striking to me would be put up their children for adoption.
Yeah, that's wicked.
Can you? Am I?
Oh, you got a delay. I can't talk.
Yeah, you still lagging a little bit, brother.
Yes, I am. Hold on 1 second.
He probably got a delay too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, Devin, can you go out and come back in? So, yeah, drop out and come back in for us. Let's go with Saudi, then Akil, Bino, and then my brother Josh.
You know, that was the one that stuck out for me too. Giving your kids up for adoption for $10 million, like that is crazy to me. Like that's insanity. Like my kids work my nerves, but I ain't giving them up.
Do y'all think that these statistics speak to the greed of people? Do y'all think
no, for
that's why
sure,
this is happening? Okay.
For
I just wanted to
sure.
make sure that y'all had the same y'all drew the same conclusion I drew when I was coming up with the slide. Because if y'all was like, this doesn't speak to greed, then we could move to the next video. I just wanted to make sure that y'all saw it the way I saw it. That's greedy as hell. That for 10
It just
million.
make you realize. It
Yeah.
really like make you put in perspective like how niggas would really snake you out like for some money. That like that's how greed really like will consume you. And it's just like seeing the numbers and the different examples. It's like it took my breath away because I'm like, you know, it's out there, but like when you see the numbers, it's just like, damn,
Yeah.
like it's crazy.
People will do you dirt. That's a fact.
I got a question.
Sure.
I consider it greed if a person's already allegedly in an okay situation and it's for the money. But if
Okay.
it's their mental state is almost where it's desperation, I don't think it's necessarily greed. What do y'all think?
That's a good differentiation.
Not
I like
real desperation, but they believe that they're in desperation.
I see.
Or they,
I like that. I like that distinction only because, like you said, it's unfair. It's not equitable to proposition someone that is in deficit versus someone that's doing pretty okay, right? So that's a fair um leveler, right? So I think that you're right. I wouldn't consider someone doing something out of desperation, greed. But let's say, just to keep the conversation going, let's say these people were well off enough, and this is an extra 10 million. We ain't talking about the people in poverty now. We talking about somebody that is middle class for 10 million. Let's say that is the premise. That would be
that's straight
wild.
up greed.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's greed. Right. Right. And let's go Akil Bino. No, I'm sorry. Before we get you Akil, Devin dropped out, came back in. Let's go Devin, Akil, Bino, then my brother Josh.
Now they can go ahead. I ain't got nothing.
Respect. Devin, you with me? I
You
think he's
still lag.
Borging again. Hey, Devin, drop out and come back in again, brother.
You might have to like X out the whole
I
thing and come back.
I
Yeah.
do have a
Hey,
quick
Devin,
question.
there you go. Yeah, what you got, Saudi?
Um, so with this statistic and the numbers, like who we talk about? Because like
Americans.
even in like lower class, like in the trenches, like I still feel like that's hard to like to give your kids up for adoption for
Right.
$10 million.
But I think that also too, this we're talking about 2/3. So to frame that question right, what are you willing to do for $10 million? 2/3 of Americans polled would agree to do at least one of these things. Some would do a combination of all of them. But 2/3 of the people walking this earth, this is what they would do for 10 million to frame it right.
That's
I would do 90% of those.
Yeah, Josh,
again,
you
and
know,
this net, and like,
Josh,
and I can't even say what
you
I
the
want
ham
to
sandwich.
say
Yeah, Josh is a
because of
ham sandwich.
Josh.
So we don't.
Yeah,
Nah, Josh cool. He know I give Josh shit all the time for being a ham sandwich. You know he a white boy. That's
Yeah.
my
I
boy,
mean,
but he don't.
I mean,
He don't take
I
offense to
like.
it.
I'm pretty sure I set the gold star for degeneracy here, right? But
Yeah,
I'm just being straightforward with it.
Josh
And
do
I'm not even
bullshit.
middle class. I'm upper class and would still do 90% of those.
That part. Speaking to the greed. Akil, what you got?
Man, Josh is the perfect example of why greed is one of the reasons, not just our people, but majority of people are fucked up in the mind, and the world is the way it is.
He ain't wrong.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that you have to believe in a God. I'm not saying I don't like you because you're an atheist, right? But what I'm saying is this: anyone that don't have any type of spiritual beliefs of a greater power outside of themselves will do any of those things. And some that have a belief in a spiritual being above themselves, they will do some of those things as well, because if they do believe in a spiritual being higher than themselves, but they don't believe enough, they don't have that absolute belief that everything is going to be okay, they willing to do anything. And for $1, you know, it's funny because my uncle, he one of the coldest, and I wish I could have got him on this live, because my uncle can he just raw with it. But this is what my uncle is saying: Josh, no disrespect to you, anybody that's listening. This is my
No,
uncle,
no,
my
no.
uncle Mike. This is
I
my uncle
agree with
Mike.
you.
Yeah. This is my. But check this out, Josh. This is my uncle Mike, and this is not for Josh. This is for everybody else on here. This is my uncle Mike. My uncle Mike would say, black people, we believe in God. Majority of us believe in God, and there's a higher power outside of ourselves. Different religions, Christian, Muslim, Buddhist, Hinduism, all of that. But he said he always told me that he's like, watch out for white folks, Akil, because money is they God.
Mm.
They will do anything and praise
Hello.
money for God. Is that true, Josh? Is that true, Josh?
Yeah, no, I strongly agree with your position here. At
No,
the
no,
end
it's
of the
not my
day.
position. I just want to verify that
Oh
if
no,
my uncle Mike was on here, I just want to know if that would that be a true statement.
well, yes. So, like, take the concept of family, right? So, I believe that the white community kind of lost that whole shit. Every time I have conversations with black people, generally I get this whole my cousin, like, and they're talking about third, fourth, fifth extended cousins within the family. And I'm sitting here thinking, fuck, my first cousins, I don't want shit to do with them. They're a bunch of assholes. Right. So like the family ties thing doesn't really exist for us. And I believe it went away like long time ago. 1920s was like the nail in the or the last nail in the coffin probably started back in the Victorian era. We got rid of all of that. So from my perspective, I'm like, to hell with family, right? Like if they're not loyal to me, fuck them. I'll throw them off the bridge. I don't care. That's why I can actually say, like, get rid of the family. I don't get $10 million. I might throw my wife off of a balcony, right? If I can I get the 10 million and the life insurance policy, right? Like
Yo,
it's what it
Josh is
is.
a different level of cold blooded. He gonna keep it real. He's very
It's
transparent, but
the.
he
Can
don't
I still
shy
get the
away
life
from it.
insurance policy? I am crying.
See, now
Yeah.
that's the
But that,
dream.
I asked Josh that to prove that, well, to prove it on this platform, because it may be
Mhm.
other people that's Caucasian or any other race or nationality that may have a different opinion. But his opinion on this particular podcast proved my point that,
Yep.
hey, if you don't believe in a higher being outside of yourself, if you see money as being the all powerful thing in your life, then you will do anything for money. You will do anything. It's no limit. Is there a limit, Josh? Is there a limit for you for money
I,
for 10 million? Is
I,
there
I,
anything that you wouldn't do for 10 million?
yeah, but not for the reasons that anybody would think, right? So, like giving up the U.S. citizenship part, it ain't for the 10 million. It has to be closer to 50 million. But it has more to do with like where you're going, right?
But it is a cost. But
Yeah,
it
yeah,
is
yeah.
is a
Everything's
price. You
sellable.
can be bought. You
Yeah,
can be
yeah. I
bought
can
with
be
your
bought easy as
price.
hell.
You can be bought with your God.
Yes.
There
Okay.
you go.
See, for me, I wouldn't do any of those things for 10 million. Even
Is
when I
it?
was homeless, I wouldn't have did any of those things for 10 millions because I wouldn't be able to sleep at night.
Mm-hmm.
I
Mm.
just wouldn't. And I did some of those things for free. And some of those things I got paid to do when I was in the Marine Corps.
Mm. Talk, talk.
But do
Like
it,
it.
do those things still bother me today? Absolutely. So for me to think or to even say, oh man, I would do any of those things, man, greed is more of a spiritual thing than a
Mm-hmm.
a a a thing that it's not a tangible thing. It's more of a spiritual thing. And that's one of the main reasons. Those three, hey brother, these three things that we're talking about, if we
Hmm.
can get rid of these three things, not just in our community, the African American community, black community, whatever you consider yourself, Israelite, Hebrew Israelite, Muslim, a Moorish American, whatever you think you call yourself. If we can get rid of these three things, the world will be a totally different place.
Yeah, that's a fact.
The world
Hey,
will be a totally different place. Because what happens is you be greedy, and then what happens is you're gonna cause poverty to somebody else because you being greedy.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
See how it works? Wait till the
Yep.
next one. The next one flow right into it. It's like a triangle. It's like a
Yep.
triangle. It's like it's a triangle. It's a circle.
That's a fact.
I can guarantee you one of these three have put you in a situation. All of us on this call have put us in a situation we did not want to be in. And
Yeah.
anybody that's watching on the outside.
No,
That
I
part.
tend to strongly
So
agree. Well, the survey
greed.
itself,
You ever been to a casino and got greedy? What happened?
Boy,
lose your
the house
ass.
gonna
You
take it
ever
too.
ate too much food? Look, you ever ate too much food for Thanksgiving? It's coming up. You ate too much food. You got greedy. Now you got the itis. And that itis is your body shutting down almost at death. That's what the itis is. Your body saying you can't do nothing else. You got to lay down and go to sleep. Because if you try to do something else right now, you're going to die. So you got to lay down and go to sleep so your body can digest your food. That's greed.
Now, I
Now,
think people have been lied to and told that $10 million can do something that it doesn't do.
that's fair. All right, so we're gonna go with question that Sneak got from the chat. She said, "Which one would each of you pick and why?"
I would kill. Like I wouldn't pick none of those because morally, like I wouldn't be able to sleep at night. Like
Yeah.
Am I
I can.
still lagging?
no,
No, you
you
good
You
now,
good.
brother.
good.
You're good
Oh,
now.
all right. Let me jump in real quick on just a quick point about the 10 mil. Like, if you think about it, the reason why one would potentially want to gain the 10 million is to enable themselves more time, right? Time or access to time to do things with people that matter to them. And when you take the idea of exchanging that amount of currency for family, or the one that got me was put your kids up for adoption. That was like, to
Yeah.
me, the kids thing, I'm like, there's no other real purpose than try, if you
Legacy.
have children, than to
Yeah.
kind of usher them in and kind of make sure that they have a life and to enjoy their, your children. So I think to gain 10 million to do what? Be solo, and then you think you have friends out here? My grandma used to say you don't have any friends. And it's kind of true. The 10 million you get, you want to do what with it? You think you're going to be on the red carpet or something with celebrities who don't, it's like, it's weird that people would exchange money to still be a lane, or to still be, nobody's gonna fuck with you because you have 10 million. You're not even gonna be able to purchase friendship. It really would equate to you being solo with a lot of money, looking lame, trying to fit in somewhere that you don't belong, or no one's talking to you because you don't know anyone. Like, what does the money gain you if you give up all your friends, your family, your children, especially? You don't have anything. I think the concept of money, to Scam's point, it's like, what do you think that's going to do for you? It should only enhance what you've already got. But if you give it all away, you really have nothing in the end. I think that's the ironic part about the question.
That's a bar. I want to get into I think this might be our first video of the night, which is great because we 2 hours in, 2.5 hours, and I ain't even touched the video from poverty. So hats to y'all for just having this conversation. But this is the Tolstoy story, and it speaks to greed. So it's kind of, I don't know whether, I can't remember whether this was based off of something that actually happened or whether this was a literary work, but I want y'all to watch this real quick video, and we'll get y'all perspectives on greed based off the video.
Tolstoy's
Hey,
greed
I'm about
lesson
to.
in 60 seconds. Hey there, ever heard of Tolstoy's tale, How Much Land Does a Man Need? It's a story that packs a punch about greed and what really matters in life. Meet Pahom, a peasant who thinks more land equals happiness. He gets a crazy offer. All the land he can walk around in a day for just 1,000 rubles. Pahom takes off at sunrise, marking his path. He keeps going, seeing better and better land ahead. As the day wears on, Pahom realizes he's gone too far. He races back, exhausted and desperate. Just as the sun sets, Pahom reaches the starting point and collapses. Plot twist. Pahom dies from exhaustion. In the end, He only needed enough land for his grave. Tolstoy's message? Greed can cost you everything. Sometimes less is more. What do you think?
All right. With that being said, thoughts on that video?
That was his fault. Shit, motherfucker brought some water. He would have been good. It's like if he made it back but collapsed. That's all. He was just dehydrated. My man
He
just should have
died.
brought up some water with him.
Yeah, he's dead. He's dead.
Hey,
I
check
love
this
that
out.
story.
People be greedy. People be greedy. They won't like. It's a lot of people that's financially hurting right now, and if they was just to wake up tomorrow morning with unlimited amounts of money in their account, they will end up killing themselves because they got bad habits, and that money will enhance those bad habits, and most of those bad habits equals death. That's just facts. So a person got to get mentally ready for a life with a finance of being financially right.
I like that.
So that's greed. That's part of greed. And then greed to put you, it stagnate you too. So I agree. I agree with that video. There's a whole bunch of points you can look at that video, a whole bunch of different perspectives.
That's a fact. That is a fact. I think that what I got from it, because I don't even think I gave my perspective, y'all been cooking so much. What I love from that is that, like, first, what I took from it is the dangers of what happens when greed meets aspiration and opportunity. What people are willing to sacrifice the better part of themselves to get more, the illusion of more. They'll give it their life for it. And it just goes to show you what you value. So I think that that was the most aha of that whole thing, that clearly he had some land. He was a farmer, correct? And not knowing when to say to step away from the table, not knowing when to say, okay, I've had enough of this, whatever this is. Now, granted, to him, it was land. For us, greed comes in different forms and different shapes. Most people like to think of greed only when we're talking about money, but greed can also be attention. It can be validation. It could be intangible things that aren't necessarily tied to currency. And I think that we don't speak to that enough, is that, again, that addictive personality, if not checked, will have damning results no matter what you're greedy for. I think that too much of most things will be a bad thing. I can't say all, because I'm pretty sure we could probably think of a few exceptions to, if you're greedy to have a better relationship with your creator, right? Some might argue that, even that can make you an extremist of the religion, right? So that could be a bad thing. So I'm trying to think, and I think that once you all give y'all perspective, I'm going to come with a counter question just to get us to go a layer deeper than what we know greed to be. But that's what I got from it. Anybody else can go. Like I said, we not doing this no more. Like, now we just having the conversation. So what else did y'all think about the video?
Well, in that video, the fact that as they was said he gets the land based off how much he like walks, correct? And as he keeps walking, he sees a new variation of land, another variation of land, another variation of land. He's greedy, and I think it's mainly because he lacked the, what's the word? He didn't show appreciation to what he's already basically collected. He didn't even take. He wanted more variations. And if you wanted to like compare it to something else, it would be like a man being with one woman, but then choosing to mess around with another woman, and each woman he messes with, she's different. So now he's so greedy sexually because he has all these variations. He wanted another variation and another variation. So it's like you gotta learn to appreciate what you already got and be happy with that. There's so much more you can gain from just being happy with what you got, but he was too greedy to want more things. I think that's what it is. People so busy wanting more and more and more, they don't even take time to appreciate what they got.
That's a bar. That's a bar.
I think it's when given the opportunity to have an undisclosed amount where you're responsible for being able to get. It's like if you can get that much, you can take it. The idea that you left something on the table doesn't sit right with a lot of people. They don't want to live with regret, so they're like, let me go and get as much as I can because this opportunity won't come again, without realizing that there's a limit to there's just a limit to where too much is actually a disadvantage. And I think it comes from a good place for most people. It's like, oh, well, if I have the opportunity to get as much land as I can, I'm going to get as much land as I can. A lot of people don't know the threshold between too much is dangerous and the maximum. And that's what people naturally want to go for. What's the maximum I can get within range of staying healthy or being able to actually achieve and thrive off of what I've been given the opportunity to get. And that's only rectified by simply saying, I don't care how much you're going to allow me to get. This is how much I'm going to take, no matter what. And that's where that discipline of uh, knowing you don't have to have it all. What is enough? And knowing that for yourself, I think, and managing that is hard for a lot, or most people in general.
Damn, I like that. So let's walk that road a little bit before we get anybody else's input. Do you think most people know their limits?
No.
Why not?
So what you're talking about is moderation. And for like 7,000 years of recorded history, we've all had different takes, different religions, different beliefs, all come to different conclusions off of moderation. They all agree that there has to be moderation. Nobody ever defines it. And it might be the case that between every person up here on panel, what might be moderate for one person, most likely is the case. It's not going to be moderate for the next person, because who's to say who can handle what, right? That's probably why we can never really get down to it.
I like that. Okay. So you're saying it varies so much that it's hard to make it a universal, this is what moderation should be?
I give you an example. I do really well with like huge amounts of stress. Put me down in a ditch with a shovel and see how long I last. Can't do it. See, one guy on Discord was chopping wood. I'm like, I can't do that shit without a damn log splitter. Hell no. Yeah.
I see what you're saying. So what we're willing to tolerate and what we consider moderate, it varies so much that we can't come up with a universal threshold. So is that why greed will always exist unchecked?
No, greed is going to exist as long as desire exists.
Damn, that shit crazy. You can't chop no wood, but you'll kill somebody for $10 million, boy. That's that atheist shit.
Hey, all you gotta do is get the chop right one time.
How much strength does it take to pull a trigger? Right? 2 pounds of pressure? Come on.
Hey, Josh, I be hearing you.
Chop down a tree for 10 million.
I can cut down a tree, no problem, right? It's the splitting it, right? Like the quartering it. That I ain't doing. You gotta lift them damn things. It's heavy. I'm scrawny.
Hey, Josh.
Yes,
hey,
sir.
Josh. You know, when I be listening to you at Discord, like Strat say, you pretty cool, but I be sitting here thinking, damn, bro, you gonna be one of the motherfuckers I'm gonna have to go to war with when that day come. Damn.
Yeah.
Ain't that so?
It would be the case, right? At some
ain't
point.
Ain't that some shit? And I'm gonna win too, motherfucker. I just want to let you know that. Like, y'all go ahead.
Yeah. If we're going toe to toe, you definitely. Hell, everybody on this panel has probably got me outclassed by size at least double, right? Like everyone. I'm scrawny little white boy. Well, I ain't picking nothing up. Not if I can help it.
Bro, I like Josh, bro.
He gonna keep it very blunt. He's been this way consistently since I met him in Discord. Like this is who Josh is.
That's funny.
Yeah, he's gonna give you the context. You ain't got to guess.
The uniqueness of the world is appreciated. The uniqueness of the world is appreciated. That greed, I would agree with the brother. He said greed, like if you can't manage it, don't go after it.
You don't need it.
You don't need it yet. Learn how to manage what you already have to make room for more. Like everybody, like you go to I keep on talking about food. I guess I got finished eating, but I'm still kind of hungry. But I'm satisfied. I'm not full, but I'm satisfied. But greed is the type of thing or type of spirit that to get on you. I run back in the house and give me a whole nother plate and keep on eating. I go to a buffet And it's everything. Before I even sit down to eat the first plate, I got to make sure I get a little bit of everything. Even though they constantly putting more food out there, I can't empty out everything. I go to the casino, I'm up 10,000, I'm up 100,000. Oh man, I'm in to hit them for $1 million. I'm in here, 5 million on the field, and then mess around and lose. You can't break the bank.
Well, let me ask this, Akil. Do you think the majority of the population, I'll go with 70%. I think I like more like 90%, but let's go 70%. Do you think that 75% of the population, just US population, is capable of moderating themselves?
Yes, they are capable of, but I don't think they will because of what they're being fed every single day. They don't have the
What they're
discipline.
accustomed to.
Yeah, no, what they're being fed, what they're being programmed for. If you turn
That's
on the
behavior.
TV, you're being sold. You turn on the TV, you're being sold. You turn on social media, you being sold. You need to get this. You need to get this. If you ain't got this, you not even. Do you exist? If you don't know this, do you exist? You don't know about the Kardashians? Oh, Kardashians got this. Kanye got this. Kamala got this. Trump got this. Like I don't care about nothing they got. I just want to make sure that this household is right. I just want to make sure that I'm happy. People like one thing. I still cut my grass. I enjoy cutting my grass. But I saw a video of 50 Cent talking about if you rich, why you cutting your grass? Because I want to.
Well, people are using social media as a barometer to compare, and that's where you start ending up on the negative side of moderation and things, because there's always going to be someone, they say it all the time, there's always someone better or doing better than you. And if you're seeking out, especially on social media where a majority of it's fake and managed success, right? It's not even real. Your comparison is flawed because you're comparing yourself to something that's manufactured. So then you're thinking, dang, I need to do better. Sometimes it's inspirational, right? You're like, yo, I aspire to do a little more. I see, these people going and getting it, true or not, and you're motivated. So then you hop offline and start doing something in reality. But what happens more than not is they start going down this rabbit hole of, oh, I see this, let me keep going. Oh, dang, their house is even bigger than the last house. And boom. I remember when I moved to New York City, when I first got there, saw one of the baddest girls I ever saw. Like, I was like, damn, I should have talked to her. I'll never see her again. 10 minutes later, girl badder than her on the train. I'm like, oh shit. A girl badder than her. And then I was like, oh shit, bad women are a dime a dozen. It made it to me to where I was like, yo, now that I actually see they're not rare, see in Raleigh, I'm thinking, a bad chick, you gotta get that. But in New York, day one, I saw 10 bitches I would marry, like, just off looks. I was like, God damn. Then I cooled it because I was like, oh, you see a bad chick, another one's coming. Like, now I can just focus and realize the chicks you're chasing, they're chasing that guy. So your best bet is to be that guy. Now, if you bring this back to the comparison thing, you're also looking at what it is you want on social media and who has it. What are they doing? You're actually going to start trying to mimic. You're not even being yourself. You're out of your element. So I think it all comes back to what my man Akil said, is like, worry about who you are. You got to know who you are, what you bring to the table, and maximize that within your realm of possibility. Because as soon as you start going off trying to be an imposter in order to attain something that you think you want, you've lost the battle already, because you're not even operating in your strength. You're not even doing anything that can actually come back and multiply for you. You're just your shell. So
I want to add something to that, Devin, to speak to Akil's wisdom. So when I first learned to trade with him, his first question to me was why. I had to identify my why, right? What are you here for? Why are you doing this? Like, damn, I had to slow down. Like, bro, I'm just here to make paper. What you talking about? No, your why. So I gave him my whys. And then when we were talking about management and risk management when it came to trading, he told me, you trade a $1 million account the way you trade a $100 account. If you can't manage to trade $10, you can't trade $1 million. You can't trade 1,000. Manage where you are before you shoot for what you think you're aspiring to. And I think far too often we don't slow ourselves down to deal with ourselves where we are before we have aspirations for things that we don't know how to control. If you can't manage your current income, let's say there's someone at 40,000. If you're not managing a 40, even if I gave you 140 next fiscal year, you're gonna fuck it up. Because bad money management is bad money management. The dollar amount doesn't matter. And I think that that's the illusion that greed puts on you. You think that more will give you a different outcome because you ain't dealt with self. You're just gonna fuck up more of where you already are
On a
proportionally.
bigger scale.
So that
I tell
means
y'all a secret. I tell y'all a secret. The more you have, more work you're gonna have to do.
This is damn true.
The more you have, the more eyes, the more people you're gonna have to pay to keep eyes and make sure that the people that you paid to do what they were supposed to do what they do, and then you're gonna have to make sure that they are doing their job.
More
So
money,
it's
more
always
problems.
the more you have, the more level, the more like Josh said, yeah, his stress level is higher because probably where he is and what he does and what he has to manage. A person that don't have nothing, they stress level is not
Different.
that high because most people they don't. Okay, we go through. I know for us African Americans, we go through a lot, but our stress levels are high. But when it comes to finances, and somebody steal $100 from you, I mean, I'll let you borrow this $100, man. Where my $100 at?
On
They
God.
don't answer the phone. You stressing over $100. Just imagine somebody you pay a company to fix something and a plumber to come do a job, and you pay them $25,000, and they ain't showed up. You can't find them. They got a real company. What you gonna do now? And if you's like, oh well, I get a lawyer. Man, you gonna pay your lawyer more than what you paid the plumber to come do the work. You can't go kill them. You can't roll up on them. What you gonna do?
Well,
so a lot of
so
people
based
want
on
money.
what
They're not mentally ready for that type of money.
what you got,
so
Bino?
based on what strategy what you just said, Strata, and based on what Devin said quite earlier, is it fair for me to assume that poor, impoverished people can be inspired to be greedy too? Because when I say what Devin said, he mentioned instant gratification, and to me, it sounds like what you just said bounces off what he said earlier, which is instant gratification. So if you're an instant gratification person, you might be impoverished now, but one day you're gonna end up being greedy, and you're gonna end up being the same problem that we speaking of.
Yep.
You're gonna end up being the same problem. So
And it
like
actually puts
even impoverished people can be greedy.
that part, and it puts the icing on your cake, what you said earlier, that poverty is a mentality, and that's why.
Yeah,
Because you got
yeah.
to fix the brain. The mind is poor. The money is just the result of a poor mind. To your point earlier, absolutely, that was a complete full circle moment, brother.
I
It's
don't.
like
Yeah.
it's
I
like
don't think
I'm
it's
gonna
so
say this on.
fair
I'm
to
gonna say this on
actually.
greed.
There.
Hold on.
Go ahead, Josh.
Oh, I'm gonna say this on greed right here. I think there's good types of greed and there's bad types of greed. That bad types of
Bingo,
greed,
right there.
that empty greed, where you don't have like you just want it because it's there. You don't. All right, bro, you got it. Now what you gonna do with it? Whereas that good type of greed, whereas like going back to that story where it was like the farmer and giving them the land. Well, if I'm a particular farmer and I need a particular set of land to do my shit, I already know what I'm looking for. If I'm growing trees, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm looking for a particular land that'll grow this cedar wood. Like, you know, marshy land ain't gonna give me cedar wood. So what the fuck I'm gonna do with this land? You know what I'm saying? Get it up out of here. Give me what I need. That's that good type of greed. the shit that Rockefeller fucked around and monopolized the entire oil company type shit, the good type of greed. Probably not good for everybody else that he opened up and swallowed, you know what I'm saying, Paul? But it was good for him because he ended up making money off of it, controlling it because he knew what he wanted,
But
because he knew
is
how to
that
manage
greed?
it.
That's
Is that
not
greed
greed.
or
That's ambition.
ambition?
Yeah, that's
Right.
ambition.
Yeah.
See? And that shit can go hand in hand.
No, no,
Real
no.
shit.
Greed. Check it out. Check it out. Greed is ambition, not control.
There you go. There you go.
Ah,
Yeah, and that's
I
what
don't know.
that's the breakdown that I needed. My bad, y'all.
You good. You good, Saudi.
Got you.
I don't know because that just takes out like 90. Well, not 90. That takes out about 80% of businesses in the U.S.
So now Josh is going to the realm of
What do you
capitalism
what
and
do you
greed.
what do you mean? What do you mean by that?
Oh, okay, so here, let's just take the concept of just international trade, right? Just international trade, right? The thing that you put a box on a boat goes across the ocean, right? Deliver that type of trade, right? But that's all generally controlled within our U.S. Navy. We literally lease our Navy out as security for, well, pretty much lease them out as security, right? To do that. We call it control, but we also get to set the rules, right? So it's kind of like what are you doing with it? But it is definitely control, 100%. Same thing with the oil industry. We decide what countries get to do business with who. We might even utilize force and take over a couple ships, right? Just to kind of stop it from going a place, right? That's control. I'm not so sure that control is so easily dismissed, right? Because now here would be an example from a moral stance, right? If God is effectively, if we're looking at like from a theist perspective, right? God is technically in control from a theist perspective, right? That would be control. It would be a utilization of force, whether we agree with it or not, whether we can even see it or not. I don't think control is necessarily good or bad. It's just whatever circumstance you're applying to it to determine whether it's good or bad.
All right, now tie control to greed.
I don't know how, because I'm with Josh here. It's the concept of it can be good or bad depending on whether you agree with the outcome or not. And I'm not
I was saying that ambition uncontrolled turns into greed. That's greed.
So as long as somebody's on top of it, like meaning there's some other remote authority.
As long your ambitions, as long as it is controlled and it doesn't take over you.
Oh, now we're back to moderation, and I don't know how.
Yeah. It don't. No. You have to be moderate, bro.
Yeah, but I don't know.
You are
I don't
natural.
know how to define that.
Listen. Check it out. I'm going to give you a perfect example. The perfect example. You, as a human being, by nature, are moderate, and let me tell you how. Your blood flows through your body. Every single drop of your blood flows through your body twice a day. You can't do any more. You breathe a certain amount of time every single day. You blink your eyes a certain amount of time. You can't do it no more, no less. If you do, you throw your whole system off and you die. It's over with. This is nature. This is nature. This is how God created it. Anything outside of those parameters, it's not going to work. It may work for a small amount of time, but it's not going to last.
I think
right. Too much of anything can harm you. You drink too much water, your ass dead. So you're right. Like too much of anything can hurt you. Anything you can think of. You go from needing water, being moderate water, to drinking too much and being dead.
Somebody say, "Hey, Akil, you should just go all alkaline water." I tried it. I tried all alkaline. I almost killed myself in 1 week.
What is alkaline water?
Just the opposite than sink water. It's not. It don't have acid in it. It don't have acid in it. The acid is taken away.
Perhaps it's blind ambition is what leads to greed, because I think what the point is, what Josh was saying, is like if you have a plan and you know what it is you need, and then you get what you need and then still want more, you've exceeded what was necessary, and now you're doing it for what? You have no plan of action, no purpose for it. Similar to like if you were gambling, right? And you're like, yo, I need $10,500 to clear this debt, and then I'm done. Imagine you hit the 10,500 and say, I think I can get another 30. You play and then you lose it. You had it. All you had to do was leave. You had the plan. You could have paid off the debt, but then you said to yourself, all right, I think I can get more. I'm willing. That's the greed, because at first you're playing, you had a set goal in mind. You were doing it for a purpose. You achieve the purpose and keep going. I think that's where you start getting into the gray area of greed, where it's like, all right, now you got the land for the trees that you was growing. What are you doing? What are you going down there for? Just cause I can get more. All right.
Only a slight pushback here, and it's I got to go back over to Akil's side here, because I'm sort of convinced, almost, right? I'm just trying to get that last step there. So yes, it would be the case that you would go to a certain extent, right? And then anything beyond that point would be the greed part, right? I think we all tend to agree with that. The problem is what is that line, and how the hell do we know? Akil's saying that we naturally know. I don't know what the hell that means exactly, right? I'm over here on the secular side, like I don't really know. If you were to ask me what is too much fun, right? I'm not going to define that. If somebody would say what's too much money, I'm damn sure not nailing that one down, right? I don't know.
Start considering God, and you might get adjusted. You might get
Don't do
adjusted. But
that.
start
Don't do
considering
that.
God in your life.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
No. It's a fair question, because
I was gonna say the same thing in a different way. When you don't have anything to govern your life that's outside of yourself, you would never know.
Oh, we got 1,000 things that govern us. Go break a law.
Well, okay.
Go
So
break the
you do
law.
believe? So
There's
hold on.
somebody over the top of you always, right?
Hold on. Outside of human beings on this planet Earth.
Okay, I'll give you that one. So if
of course, this is the thing, man. If you like, and I don't want to get into this conversation, and after this, I'm not going to talk. Okay, good to go. So here we go. Do you follow laws, Josh?
Yes. Technically, I'm a federal officer. I enforce them too.
You enforce? Okay. Where do laws come from?
Man. Might, specifically force.
Man, okay. Did you know, Josh, that all laws that man write, they based on what God wrote?
I believe the vast majority of the laws throughout the vast, I say,
not
like
codes, Josh.
last 5,000 years.
Not codes, Josh. Not codes, Josh. Not codes. Laws.
Well, I don't know what a law would be if it wasn't like pen to paper, written down, do, don't do, that kind of thing.
Okay, killing somebody for $10 million, Josh.
Covered under murder laws, written by man.
Where did that originally come from, Josh?
Oh, I would have imagined 5,000 years of religion has basically had some type of frame.
Way before 5,000 years, Josh.
Well, I'd say 7,000
years. This is why I said don't go this route. That's why I said don't go this route.
More than that, Josh. That is a universal law. Thou shalt not kill. We'll start 5,000. We'll start 5,000.
Okay.
Thou shalt not kill.
What happened to the Amalekites? Hold up. What happened to the Amalekites?
Yeah, I should never went this route.
Were they not genocided? At least all but one? So it's okay, right? It's okay if man says don't kill, but then it's okay if God says?
Josh, hear what I'm saying, man. There's a reason that it's a reason. I don't know what that reason is. But it's a reason that you don't get the concept. It can either, and I believe that you don't get that concept is because you outside of the physical form, you feel like you don't have to answer to anything else. Because when you
Oh,
go on, that's it. It's over with, it's done. And that's what you believe.
so
You
do
don't
you
believe
think?
that it's a spirit, you don't believe that it's spiritual powers behind everything. Even if you want to go scientific, we got a scientist on here. He will tell you there's is an aura about you, around you, that the human eye can't see. And everything that you do, that you think is out there within that aura, and you attract those things to you. We are
Oh yeah,
all connected by this
I don't
aura.
disagree.
And this aura is called the God's aura because we are I and I. We are all together. We are all connected. If you ever thought about a person and they called you, or you called somebody and they said, "Hey, I was just thinking about you," guess what? That's part of God, and you're part
Absolutely.
of it. You
I
believe it or
don't
not.
disagree. I don't disagree, but for that to be the case, there sure isn't a lot of demonstration of us as a majority. I'm talking about humans over the last 5,000 years of recorded history
Yeah,
actually
but
No,
doing
but
this
that.
is
that's
why. But this is why we're having this conversation, because this is one of the three things. If we change our ways, the world will be totally different.
There you go. I like it. I like it. I like it. I like it a lot. And again, now we at the 3 hour mark. I do want to spend at least the last 20 minutes covering our last pillar, which is revenge. I'm going to play this video. Then we're going to do round robin style. And then after we get our thoughts on revenge, we're going to give a solution to this trifecta of fuckery that is plaguing our people. But I'm going to get to this video about revenge and see what y'all think about it.
When you seek revenge, you destroy yourself. And that's the paradoxical conflict that we all live in. Someone has mistreated us. We want revenge, but if we take it, we hurt ourselves more. The only answer is loving kindness. And most of us don't want to hear that. It's like, I'll take my chances with revenge.
All right, let's do it. Who agrees or disagrees with Will Smith?
I disagree with that shit.
Let's get to it. Let's do it.
That's
I
just
think
me, for the simple fact that there has been some instances like, all right, so I'm really gonna have to get in the nitty gritty. Well, not in the nitty gritty of it, but I'm gonna have to give some context.
I know.
There was like I've know a lot of people who are very successful in what they do, but past experiences, not even direct experiences with me, but people that I care about and respect, that you probably fucked them over to the point to where it was like hardly no coming back from them, albeit whether it was spiritual or financial or whatever. But I'm sitting here trying to build, and you're successful in what I'm trying to build in. Like, all money ain't good money, all attention ain't good attention. I that's what I'm saying. It's like I don't believe in that, that love and kindness shit. No, I believe in, let me stay the hell away from you while I build my shit, because I know you. And everybody can say business and personal ain't the same. That's bullshit too. Personal always leaks into business, albeit whether it's your mannerisms or how you conduct daily life.
Because you bring your person to business, said
Like,
business. I agree.
there's probably at least two people that I can think of like right now that they are very successful in what they're doing, but just because I know how they fucking move, I will never put myself in a position, especially financially, to even build with you or anything like that. Because if you fuck me over, I only got me to blame for that.
So do you
So
agree with that when it comes to revenge, that if you were to get fucked over by somebody, that you are to blame? So would you seek vengeance off someone that did you
no,
wrong?
the first time when it happens, no, because that, you know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, that's sort of unexpected. But if
True.
I see you do that to other people around me, and I see the after effects of that shit, and I see how you handle that, and then just because you're successful in something that I want to do, then I choose to partner up with you, and you do, even if you do the same thing to me, or even if it ain't got to be the same thing, but the outcome is the same, I have nobody to blame but myself.
So do you ever find a scenario where you think that vengeance is justifiable?
I mean, the best vengeance is success.
I have a video that said that, believe it or not. So hold that
Oh,
thought. But I
damn.
like where you go, but that's actually a video that was it. So based on the video we're watching, do you all think that the better cure for vengeance is love and happiness based off what Will Smith said?
I wouldn't say the love and happiness part, but to what Josh's point, I was gonna say, like, because ultimately to get revenge on someone, you're gonna have to. It takes time, effort. You gotta. What are you really gonna do? Like the same thing back, or does it really equate? Now, murder is kind of one of the only things where it's like eye for an eye that I can see, where it's like, oh, someone kills your mom and you go back and you're like, man, I'm gonna kill him, or somebody, that's like where the revenge is a little different, because it kind of is literally eye for an eye. But somebody screws you over, cuts you off like in traffic, and your solution is, oh, I'm gonna go cut them off. It's kind of getting out of. I think that's the tit for tat is kind of not even worth it, because again, that typically does lead to you just fucking yourself up. To Josh's point, the best revenge is always going to be self improvement, because even the idea of spending your time thinking of how to get revenge, that's an immaturity in yourself. I think you're focused on the wrong things. Now, if you level up to the point where whatever they did to you doesn't even matter because you're here now, they're going to be out of your league, right? Because you leveled up. So I think there's truth to what Josh mentioned there in terms of just simply staying focused and becoming successful. But the problem is, what did they do to you? Did it prevent you from ever becoming successful? See, there's certain levels to this shit where it's like, oh, are you paralyzed now because somebody done fucked you up?
Let me give you a real life scenario that actually happened in my real life. I shared this story before, so I can tell it again. Speaking of vengeance. So I was diagnosed with a disease called sarcoidosis. At the time, guy in my hometown had my same birth date that kind of favored me. He's a light-skinned guy with green eyes, born April 12th, 1986. He has a drug problem. He goes into getting into a car accident, and he was feeding his drug habit, but he was using my name. He ran up a $20,000 hospital bill, and because his records merged with mine, I almost didn't get my treatment because they thought that I had his condition. So it almost killed me. Is vengeance? What do we sit with vengeance with something like that? Because to your point, you said, how does it affect you? Now, this is during a time, now, granted, I was strong to that, but the doctors told me that I had to get my affairs in order. I was going to die. So in my mind, I'm going to put you in my mentality during the time to frame it correctly. I was just given a death sentence, and somebody's playing with literally my identity. It kept me from living. Now, I can't speak on the internet about what happened and transpired with that. But do you see how, if framed correctly, vengeance could be something that could exist?
Absolutely.
No, yeah, it's logical and I think natural to have the urge, right? But then again, I think it comes back to the maturity aspect of look at you probably knowing you. I mean, you probably thought through like, all right, I don't. I mean, I also know you know you. So like I said, I can. I mean, we're kind of one and the same. So I know like what the thought process is. But again, it still to me comes back to that self actualization of, all right, what is the end goal here for me, and how would me taking the vengeance, which totally within your power to do, like your capabilities to do, But how does that get to the bottom line for you personally? Is that going to derail what you got going on? Are the ramifications going to be something you can't recover from that you decided to do?
Right.
And when you sort that out, I think that's when you're like, man, it ain't even worth it to go after this fool.
I'll say this, and this is to give this scenario, this particular scenario, the proper framing. In my mind, I was already given a death sentence. Someone that had wreaked havoc in our county from just being who he was. It felt almost as if it was a mission to remove him before I went. Because if I could have got him, I'd have removed that cancer from all of the people he had hurt. And if I'm out of here anyway, he was gonna come with me. That was a mentality back then, right? I'll say I'm healed from that, right? But again, to make it even more real, this man still has my same birthday. He still looked like me. To that you say what?
I think that's where the whole idea of the higher power comes in.
Yeah, I was about to say because,
You gotta give that
No.
but he
Y'all
chose
seen
his
that
higher.
movie? Hold on. Y'all seen that movie with Jet Li, The One?
one.
If you seen, yeah, see, look, you already know where I'm going with this. It can only be one of us, my nigga. Control Alt Delete, and we gonna hey. And when we find out that our boy
What's the
Jay all of a
scenario?
sudden he about 2
What's the
inches taller,
scenario, bro?
about 5-10 pounds
But what's the
stronger,
scenario?
Locks is about 2 feet
What's the
longer. We already know
scenario,
what
though?
happened.
But what's the
He
scenario, bro?
evolved.
But what's the scenario? Because if somebody's attacking you and it's life threatening, you defending yourself. That's not revenge. If it's actually happening at that particular moment, if somebody ran up on my car right now, they gonna get, and I see them trying to hurt me, they getting shot right now. That ain't vengeance. That's protection.
Okay, well, this is the argument. One would argue that identity theft shouldn't raise to the level of what my intention would have been had I been successful and said attempt, right?
Mhm.
My principle would have been you could have killed me literally. I could have had a doctor testify that he wasn't gonna get this medicine because we thought that you were a drug addict. I wasn't gonna get treatment based off that. So my justification morally would have been, yeah, I took your life because you tried to take mine, but guess what? I would have still got life in prison for it if I'd have
Yeah,
actually,
Absolutely.
you see what I'm
it's a
saying?
point. It's a piece. It's a piece that cleared it all up. Social security number.
Oh, that's on the assumption that hospitals actually care about that. You know what he did? He
But
went in there, gave
that clears up everything.
true, but I think that's why I use this example because it's so convoluted. Meaning, he literally gave my birth date, my name, his mother's address, his mother's information, him still, right? But
Yeah.
even with, like you said, the protection of I can't get it right, I only found that out because my doctor said I can't give you medicine. Imagine if I didn't.
Yeah. Yeah. But
So yeah, it protected me,
I
but again,
understand the tempt that one may have going through situations like yours. My answer and my rebuttal for that is vengeance is not mine. Vengeance is the Lord's. I'm 40.
Hmm.
I'm 47. I'm 47. Well, 46. I'm getting old. I'm be 47 next year.
mhm.
I done got messed over so many times and wanted to take vengeance. Anytime I did take vengeance, it always backfired on me. Anytime I didn't take vengeance, something always happened to the person that did me wrong.
Slight question.
Always. And in that process, I got stronger.
Doesn't God utilize man to issue punishment?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so how do we know whether that person is acting through God or he's being vengeful? How do
Because
we
you
tell the
have the
difference?
choice. Because you have the choice.
I have the choice to discern whether he was being used by God or whether he was
Here,
acting out of
here,
vengeance.
here it goes. Did you do anything to provoke somebody doing you wrong?
Hell yeah, all the damn
Yeah.
time.
Guess what? Guess what? That's God working through somebody taking advantage based off of what you did to somebody.
Sure. Okay, except for how do I know whether that person is acting through God or that person is acting through their own selfish or their own self-interest, aka revenge?
That's why if somebody's attacking you and you need to protect yourself, that's what you do at that particular time. But if somebody got away with something, did you wrong, and they got away with it, don't worry about it. They'll get theirs. You just do everything in your power legally. Like in his case, that's his medicine. That's medicine. That's paperwork. That ain't nothing for him to do and go and handle his business. But if it's in a physical form, oh, I'm not like for me. I know I'm not gonna go in. Some like I got messed over. I can't go into details because this is new. But I got messed over just this year, and I had a choice.
But
I
Josh,
had a choice.
you're basically talking about you're screwing people over, and how do you discern if they screwing you over via vengeance or whatever? But you're basically just reaping what you sow.
Yeah,
You going
So
out here
Yeah.
screwing
the
people over.
discernment whether there's the discernment whether somebody's getting screwed over or not is a value judgment call. You're only getting screwed over if you believe the thing has value or not, right? I'm not laying claim to the concept that God doesn't go around moving people around. I actually am on the point where revenge is probably the best tool that regulates society.
but what happens? What happens when you don't have to? When you don't have to take revenge yourself?
Most of the
What
time, it's
happens?
usually
What happens? What happens?
most
What
of the
happens
time it's
to?
usually through third party. Somebody
Okay,
robs your
what
house, you're
happens?
calling the cops,
What?
right?
But yeah, that's what I'm saying. So you
Third
don't
party.
really like. I can only speak for myself. I don't know about y'all. Everybody, if have anybody, and I'm on eggshell list on the panel.
I
Have
agree.
anybody ever done you wrong? You didn't do anything to them, and they something bad end up happening to them 100 times worse than what they did to you.
All the time, but that comes with God. That becomes with
Hell
allowing
no.
God in your life and allowing the God to be your governor though. See if you don't allow God to be your governor, or if you don't have that faith to allow to understand that he's your governor, then those people don't get those results. So you ain't gonna
So
get through
if
to them or kill.
if they fall into that of what you're saying, but yet the person that has done the individual wrong that you've done nothing to them, then what?
Say it again.
So the claim was that if someone has done you wrong, you've done nothing wrong to them, but yet nothing negative or foul was done for them in return for that to not have been done to them. That means you did not fall under God and you didn't have those moral beliefs. So what if you did fall under God and had those moral beliefs, but yet still that said person, nothing foul has been done to them? What does that mean?
That's not for you to determine whether
Yeah.
something
I
foul
didn't say about me determining
So,
nothing. The statement that was given to me right now was literally that if you were a person under
yeah.
God, you
with
follow
a
those
time
morals and
frame on
beliefs,
it.
that if something was done to them, or
You're
if
not
they did
dead.
something to you, and yet you did nothing to them, you were not foul to them, but yet as a result, nothing foul was done to them in return. They're still living life merry-go-lucky in the meadow. What does that mean? The
So
question is,
far.
what does that mean?
So far.
So,
That's from
but the
what
question,
I
you may
can't answer
know.
that.
But that may
right,
be from what you may know. They
right,
Right.
life can be miserable without you even knowing, and they just playing a
Right.
persona like everything good.
Right.
right.
And time, it's not on your time. Whether
Yeah.
you're like, it's been 2 weeks, man. Where's this guy's karma?
Where God at?
Yeah,
Where God at? Come on, God, man. I've been waiting 2 weeks, man. This dude or this girl, blah, blah, blah.
where
Man,
you,
it
you
believe me
got
so. It
paid.
happened. It
Right.
happened. Something must been happen real quick.
Hey,
This
I
year,
was
this
gonna
month.
say this. If you
I'm gonna
paying,
tell you. I'm
if
gonna
you
tell you
paying that
right
much
now. A
attention,
nigga like
you
me, because I'm
ain't
a
having no
I'm a I'm a
control.
definitely keep the
The clock.
Yeah,
YouTube
yeah.
up to
We all been
code,
there.
but a
I used
nigga
to
like
be just
me,
bro. I was 100. Hold on. I was 100 times worse than you.
you don't know me.
I'm,
That's why I
I'm
said
just
let me
telling.
just say a
I'm just
nigga
telling you,
like
bro.
me. If you did me wrong, I promise you, I got you. Like
72 hours.
not I will get you. No, I got you.
72 hours. Man, it's
I'm
No,
with you.
no,
I'm
no,
with
not no
you on that.
72 hours because one person specifically was given 90 days.
Bro,
crazy. My hat.
bro. I was with
Like,
you.
and I only did that out of the grace, I only did that out of the grace of his wife. But as a result, he did not comply. So I got you. But guess what? I'm a man of God. I believe I'm a spiritual dude. But at the same time, the statement that y'all making, that Bino had made, I'm over here like, well, shit. I know a couple of people that's either walking or crawling right now or laying, and yet, hey, they was given time. And I guess I'm an impatient ass nigga. I don't know. Like,
Well, this is
call it
this
what
is
you want, but hey, I ain't
look,
waiting for so long. 2-3 years is crazy. Nah.
look, here we go. I know on y'all last podcast I was on Friday. I think it was Friday night or Thursday night. I think it was Thursday night.
Thursday.
Yeah.
Thursday night. You know, it was a cycle. It was a cycle y'all was talking about, right? And for me, I used to be, ain't no 90 days. You did something wrong to me, I get you right then there. I ain't telling you I'm going to no trunk. I ain't saying nothing. You just gonna get it right there.
So what
But
changed?
we have to
Why
think
now
about
is
that.
different? Why is now different?
Now because of what happened after that. See, I took revenge. Guess what? Then somebody that had to come back to me,
Mm-hmm.
and it becomes a cycle.
Stop.
Gangs, wars, street wars in the hood. All of this is still going on today based on information that they are handling today that they don't even have the slightest. It's a war that's going on in my home city right now. The same war, same neighborhoods, and they don't even know why they won. It's
Yeah.
just revenge.
Yeah.
And don't
All right.
forget to
I'm
kill.
gonna
You
get
definitely
you.
and don't forget to kill. You definitely got to be careful, CJ, if you have kids, because even if it doesn't, the cycle doesn't hit you, it will hit your lineage.
I'm gonna get you before you get me. I get you. Your homeboy gonna get me. My homeboys gonna come and get 3 of your homeboys before they come back and get us. It's a cycle. That
I feel
revenge
like
is a
that
cycle.
cycle,
People just got to
that
let it
that
go.
I hear you. I hear you. But that
It's
cycle
hard.
ain't gonna hit me.
Understand, bro? It's hard.
You be smart or not. I feel
I think
like
about it. I still think about it today. Every day.
Just think about it. Like the Taliban, you think they won't plotting for decades on doing some shit to the United States? Bin
Let,
Laden,
let,
his
let,
children, you don't think they plotting right now? It's been 20 years. You don't think the little ones growing up like, hey, they done killed my dad or some shit and plotting like the thing is, you're talking about there's a time frame in which karma is to be served, whether you deliver it or whoever, the source, God, whatever, delivers it. But that's the thing. Time doesn't even really exist. And you like, man, they still chilling. That's not actually, that could not, one, be the case. Like Akil said, they could really be in turmoil and be fronting. You don't know the form in which the karmatic response is going to take place, right? So for you to exact revenge your way, they could have been getting some 10 times worse, but you interjected yourself. And now whatever you did, perhaps if you didn't kill them, they coming back for you. So now you got to look over your back on some like, damn, I just threw a rock over on their side. They about to come throw a rock at my glass house. I
All
got to
right,
protect.
y'all.
It.
Now, I will say this. Now, this is something that this is gonna be some toxic shit, but I'm gonna be honest with y'all. We all been in the street enough to know people don't go tit for tat the way you saying it. Most people are pussy. I've seen a lot of people that know that was wrong what happened and there ain't no lick back. Most people ain't built for the shit we talking about. That doesn't make it right to do it and enact it. But for example, for the guy I'm talking about, had the scenario went a different way when I confronted him, won't nobody coming to do nothing to me. They'd have showed up at that boy funeral, wore his t-shirt, shouted him out on Facebook, and we forgot about his fucking ass. That's what would have actually happened. Does it make it right? No. I do thank God that, we listen to reason. And I say we, right? Nothing happened. But again, that was probably one of the few times in my life to where I was forced to battle with myself on how I wanted to proceed, and it was tough. I think a lot of times, we had these conversations in theory, but that vengeance one, it hits my ear different.
But Strata, at the same time, you say that because of what happened was it was an emotional thing behind it. But I had something happen. I had something before you, and who was the voice of reason to me?
That was
You.
me. Yeah, you're right.
When it happened to you, who was the voice of reason to you?
It won't no voice of reason because everybody that was a voice of reason, they had a
Well,
choice. Either they
who
could
tried?
talk or or get in the car, and my car was loaded. But that's kind of how that went in real life, though.
Yeah,
My
but that's
bad, y'all.
because but that's because you picked those people. But what I'm saying is, you had people, me was included. You ain't gonna disregard. You ain't gonna just disregard me like that. This, bruh, don't even, you know what I'm saying? So at the end, because he bullshitting now. Because at the end of the day, he might have picked the people that he picked. I could have did the same thing. I wouldn't have called him to put him in the car. But at the same time, it didn't happen for a reason, because you reasoned that God in you was the reason, bro. You feel what I'm saying? If it wasn't for that, it wouldn't been nothing nobody can say to you. It was if it's like you said, with the whole back and forth, right? People don't do the whole tit for tat, back for back. That, that's like that Shot Town shit and all that. But overall, when it comes to revenge, you know what I'm saying? God, I ain't gonna even get into this gossip, but he working mysterious ways. You feel me? Like, and you could have not called nobody that had some voice of reason, and you ain't wouldn't even have to worry about it. So you can't say nobody was the voice of reason, because, like Akil said earlier, when people say, I just thought about calling you, and I thought about you, you just called me. Nah, see, even when you called people that was the voice of reason, that was God itself, because you couldn't have called none of us and just called the knuckleheads that would have did anything, but you didn't do it that way. So that was still God, that was still reasoning on revengeance. You were still reasoning.
Where I was in life, being
Because
on
when I told you, I said I should have never called you. I should have never
you're right.
called you. I said I should have never fucking called you. You feel
Yeah,
what
now I'm
I'm
gonna be
saying?
honest with you. When that shit happened, I didn't call a fucking soul. Like it
Oh, I'm
happened.
talking about
People that
something
was
else then.
around
I'm
me.
talking about something
Yeah,
else.
you
I'm
talking about
talking
something else.
then.
Yeah, but
Okay,
no,
okay, okay.
what I'm talking about
Okay.
happened. I ain't call a fucking soul because it happened.
Okay, yeah.
The people that was around me, and that was like, yo. I said, well, listen, I'm gonna go do this with or without. I'm not talking no more. I've already said too much here in terms of when it was happening. We all made our decisions. You know what I'm saying? It didn't go that way, right? But I think that's probably the toughest time to where I had to. I battled with vengeance in its purest form, because anybody that heard a story about, like, well, you were justified to the world, right? I still had been judged
Right.
for it,
I mean,
but at
we all
least
had
to
those
secular,
moments, but we grew from it.
yeah, it'd been like most people like that'd have been a righteous shoot. That'd have been a righteous kill.
Yeah.
On the
Yeah, I had
secular
those
side,
moments
but
in life. I was talking about the recent shit from like last year. My fault. I thought that's what you were
Forget
speaking on.
forget the justification crap. I know that sounds bad, but like that, it's after the fact and you're justifying it. Who cares, right? Let's try it this way. Principles, virtues, that square that you stand on for whatever moral stance that you have, do you not have a duty to ultimately defend that square? Whether it's that idea of whatever it is, are you not obligated to fight for that thing?
Yes. Depending on what it is, yes.
Okay. So we might not all agree on what square is worth fighting for, but we do agree that there's a square that's worth fighting for. So in that same context, right, if somebody violates the moral stance that comes with that square, are we not obligated to enact? This is why I love street justice.
It's called free
I
will.
think so, but is that still considered revenge, though?
Jones are not necessarily the views of the channel. Just gonna throw that in there.
I appreciate the disclaimer.
You have what you call free will. You can do and choose whatever you choose and want to do.
I'm saying obligated.
Whatever principles you want to live by, hey, those are principles you want to live by. Right. But just know, if it's not the principles put in place to live in harmony, it's not, your life not going to be full of harmony.
I don't know what living in harmony is going to be. We always
peace. Okay. Living in harmony. being able to, I don't know your background. I don't know how you grew up, right? But I could probably guess that everybody else that's African American grew up in the hood where they heard gunshots every night. They done seen somebody get killed before they was the age of 10 to 12. Seen drug dealers, probably dealt in drugs, probably smoked weed with the dude down the street that sold the drugs, got harassed by the police, pulled over, stopped and frisked, a lot of different things. Did you grow up in an environment where multiple of these things happen?
No.
To you? Okay.
No.
So based upon that, I can understand how you can see things different than what we see things, because it's a different perspective, because it's a different culture, it's a different upbringing.
Right.
So go ahead, brother.
No. I was gonna piggyback on you, but go ahead. You killing it. Go ahead.
So we're not saying the way you think is wrong. I'm not saying the way you think is wrong. I'm just saying I don't think the way you think, and you don't think the way I think. So we can never come to one ultimate agreement. It can never be.
Yeah, I'm not
even with God. Yeah, no. You know why? I'll say this and I'll let you talk, bro. You know why I like 100% believe that God is in control? Because I'm here today in my situation based upon where I started from and where I came through and what I went through when I wasn't doing right. Everything bad happened to me. I started doing right, even when people was doing me wrong, and I still was winning even bigger and getting stronger and smarter.
That's my
And
perspective
that's
too. The
why
exact same thing.
That's why I believe the way I believe. I'm not telling you to be no Christian. I'm not telling you to be no Muslim. I'm not telling you to pick no particular set. I'm just saying, hey, man, just say, hey, it's a being higher than me. What are the rules that I'm supposed to live with? What's naturally feel right? If you kill somebody for $10 million, I can guarantee you're going to think at least once, twice, 3 times a day, man, they going to come get me, man. What I got to do? I got to make sure I'm okay. There's going to be something in your conscience, God conscience, that's going to say, damn, I got this money. I'm happy, man. That was an easy 10 million, but did somebody see me?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I'm not laying claim that all of our virtues or principles have to be identical, right? I'm saying that what are those things if we're not willing to fight for them?
Can I add to that? I think, and I can think of a situation where I can go ahead and just sort of, I guess, give a little definition to this. All right, so there's a difference between vengeance and punishment. Now, there's one particular instance to where, like, let's say fuck it. Let's just say you out, you know what I'm saying, you doing your goddamn thing, you know what I'm saying, making your bread the wrong way. And the guy that you getting your shit from, he don't fully stiff you on the weight, but he sort of fucks you over on the weight a little bit. So you're like, you know what? Okay, next time I see him, I'm gonna talk to him. Like, hey bro, what's up, man? You know what I'm saying? The weight was off, whatever. Like, oh shit, man, damn, my bad, yo. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and take care of it. So then the next time, not only it's not taken care of, it happens again. All right, well, my uncle's always told me never let a motherfucker fuck you over 3 times. So I'm gonna go ahead and handle this right now, albeit whether it's an ass whooping or whether when you see me, I'm gonna try to take back what you know what I'm saying, what you took from me or whatever. Some people will say that's vengeance. A person like me would call it punishment.
Yeah, I
like
don't disagree.
does that sort of get, you know what I'm saying? Does that sort of
No, my stance is that what we're calling revenge or punishment. There's only really a small fine line between emotion and rationality. That's the difference between revenge and punishment, right? I'm calling it that thing is that which regulates society. So the thing, like, as what you're describing is That's the thing that regulates the rest of society from forget this guy. It's every other guy behind him that might decide to do the same thing. That's how society gets regulated. We basically have certain virtues, certain principles, right, that we all abide by. Might not be the identical ones, but collectively we get together. This is the thing that stops me, right? The thing that stops me from going up on panel, jumping on CJ and just smacking him around is the fact that I'll get my ass whooped, right? It's there's principles that we have.
You goddamn right you're gonna get your ass whooped. But continue.
That's the point, though. Is that thing is if I am violating, say, CJ's principles of I'm not just taking an ass whooping from some scrawny little white boy, right? I've got some standards, right? He's gonna fight back. He has to. He has to stand on that square. He has to basically fight for that principle, regardless if we agree or disagree with that principle. He still has to do it. So my question is whether you're calling it revenge or punishment, what is that thing if you're not willing to fight for it?
Yeah, Josh, I think you're right. Like for instance, I think everyone up here would agree if somebody walked up and you're standing with your mother and someone smacks your mom, you're gonna act immediately.
Somebody getting shot faster than hell.
Like that's a no-brainer.
Yeah.
Nobody's gonna smack your mom and you say, "Oh, I'm gonna let God handle that." No, you're gonna handle it. Right?
Bro, I said you got to protect yourself. I ain't say don't protect yourself. You protect yourself and the people you love. If it's in the act right then and right there, and somebody trying to steal something, if Constitution, you got to protect yourself. People shouldn't kill anyone, steal, or damage your property. That's in the Constitution.
Okay, here, let me come up with an example.
That's not revenge. That's just defending.
That's not revenge. That's protection.
That's not revenge. That's protection. Okay. That's defending. Yeah.
Let me come up with something that doesn't touch the or the legal stance. Okay. God, I'm never going to do this again. Forgive my approach here. So I'm on a panel with a bunch of black guys. Okay, let's hypothetically say I come up in here and start just dropping the N-bomb left and right. Question is should I not get my ass whooped?
Look at CJ. Go ahead, CJ.
Hey, Josh, I'm gonna tell you right now, be a very, very, very smart man. Don't do that.
No,
I will freaking cross code your account on this thing. Find your IP. I saw in the comments you said somebody you in Vietnam. My passport is valid.
See,
I was in the army. I've been to Vietnam. I'll find you, bro.
Yeah.
And like they said, vengeance ain't gotta be today, tomorrow. You know, it is what it is. That's cool. I'm in management, bro. I there's no such thing as a PTO for me. If I decide, hey, I'm gonna take a 4-day, bye. I'm gonna come visit Josh. We're gonna kick it for a little bit.
Hey, CJ,
but for real though, if you decide to do that, you just an internet gangster at that point. You just up here doing it because can't nobody touch you. But be mindful. One day, like they said, you know, vengeance is mine, said the Lord. But let one of these beautiful black brothers just so happen to find you and know what you look like, and they come across you. They're gonna be like, I guess today the Lord is on a break. and you your jaw slap a little bit.
But CJ, before I would do that, I would walk to, and I have done this in real life. I would give Josh grace, and I would tell him to ask for forgiveness first.
What?
I would run into you, and I would tell you to ask for forgiveness. I would say, I need you to ask for forgiveness real quick. I need you to apologize. I give you grace.
Definitely while I'm on my knees crying in fear, right?
Then I wouldn't. He's crazy, man. That dude crazy. But yeah, after that, CJ he probably won't do that. But me,
I ain't doing that, bro. Because to me, Josh is a grown ass Caucasianistic man. He was fully aware before he dropped the N-bomb by making a statement. If I drop the N-bomb, he's literally saying the letter N. So he's fully aware that though the word might be minuscule to some, it still holds weight to others. And the fact that you purposely are doing it to get a reaction from a group of black men, be mindful that one day this video might go viral, and then that one scene might have some random black men that don't even know us and we don't know them to also beat the fuck out of you. And to that, I would say thank you. So if I came across you, I'm still gonna want to get you.
Right.
So it's
Would
like
that-
a domino effect of ass whooping. So
let's
it would
clarify
behoove
that.
you
Y'all see
to
where
not
he's
even
going
do
with the
that.
hypothetical though? Like, y'all see where he's going with the hypothetical
Hey,
though?
I get the hypothetical,
for sure,
but
for sure.
he would
Yeah.
hypothetically
Make sure
get his
we
ass
phrase.
fucked up for that. So it's just like it's common knowledge that it would behoove you to never do this hypothetical in reality.
We agree. Why?
You know why? Because it's already a staple in our society that doing such a thing could get you fucked up, and you're fully aware of that. That's why you're using the hypothetical.
Is that not revenge, and should it not be enacted? I say
It could ultimately be put in a form of revenge because of how that word affects people. Yes.
All right. So a show of hands across the panel, right? Is it the case that that would be the right thing to do? An ass whooping.
What would be the right thing to do?
An ass whooping.
It's a way to
Whether
handle.
from you
It's
or
a way to
somebody
handle
else.
that. It's a way to handle. It's a way to handle that. I'm just telling you. The first thing I'm gonna do is say who you talking to.
Yeah, you gotta put a name on that. You gotta address that one.
He ain't gotta put no
Because
name on nothing.
I would have to be clear. I would have to be clear because I don't know how close you and Strata may be. Maybe y'all had conversations said all
We
the
ain't
time
that
between
close.
y'all.
Nobody knows we're that close.
But hold on. I got to be very clear. I have to be very clear. I would say, who you talking to? Do you see? And I would say, do you see any niggas here?
Well,
And is
I
it
don't.
nigga or niggers? Which one are you referring to? Who gave you permission to say that?
Nobody.
And then what would be your answers?
Well, I guess in the hypothetical, probably the worst possible answer I could
in the hypothetical. Yeah.
The worst possible answer I could give within the hypothetical. I don't know what's worse.
So he's saying if he doubled down on it, was like, yeah, I'm talking.
Oh, if he doubled down on it, and then you know, that's a word for me. It's words. So I'm gonna call you the H word,
right?
I take
or the C word.
I'm good with
okay.
that.
Now I said that. Now I said that I said that for a lesson, a mental lesson. Why is it that we get upset if somebody outside of our race call us N-words, but we turn around and we call them a hunky or a cracker? They don't get upset, but we get upset so quickly.
Because
thank you, Akil. I thought I was the only one that thought like this. Thank you.
No,
I'm gonna tell you why. I got an actual answer to that.
I'm just asking.
I got an actual answer for that, and it's gonna be wild, and it's
okay because I can say those words, and guess what? He don't get upset, but he better not say that N-word because it's a chance. High value chance that somebody can come get you.
Right. And you know why? Unfortunately, the way history works, the victim has the privilege and the power that the victor isn't worried about, meaning the giant cares not about the concerns of the ant. And so what you pointed to was exactly why he wouldn't get offended, because in his mind, not his mind, but the way this works, and I don't like that it works this way, but I'm just giving you the context. They did what they did to us. We want to lose side of that. So fuck how you feel about it. Meaning, when Jordan won them championships, when Kobe did his thing, yeah, he was probably all types of things but a child of God in the other locker room. But did Kobe give a fuck? No. I'm the victor. As the loser in that scenario, you do what you will. But I don't even care to respond because the result speaks for itself. And that's the unfortunate truth, Akil. It doesn't make it right.
Strata, that's the point, though. You just said the exact thing. It's mental. You said the exact thing. So mentally, are you going to always want to be the victim because of that word? Or mentally, are you going to turn into the victor? Because it's all mental. Because you could whip his ass all you want, and ain't gonna stop him from saying it. So then what you gonna whoop his ass again? And again, you could continue to be the victim. He could continue to be the victor. So mentally, when do we change being the victim? Mentally, because it's all mental, like you said.
Hey, I don't. I want to put a pin in this for
saying nothing.
Right. I think that I want to put a pin in this because this is a good topic for another show. But I do want to stay on our trifecta because, like I said, we can go down. I can keep y'all on for another 5 hours talking about that. That's a whole nother
Yeah,
convo. But
yeah, that's true,
let's put a
true,
bow
true.
on this one, man. We right shy of the 4 hour mark. Josh, we appreciate your perspective, man. Like I said, he's a
I'm with you though, CJ.
Yeah,
I'm with you.
yeah.
Mentally, I
I'm
would
on
be there,
CJ's
but I
side
wouldn't
here.
act. I wouldn't act upon it. I would turn it back around
Yeah.
on them.
Yeah, make you stand on double down
I'm just
on
gonna
I
send
like
it.
CJ. I'm gonna send CJ.
how Bino and Khalil want to have a premature conversation with this man. I don't have nothing to say. I speak sign language in conversations like this. So it's just like to each their own. You know, if y'all want to talk to him first, cool. I've been in situations like this, primarily in Colorado, and I promise you, nobody walked away from that. I did. They didn't. But guess what? Next time I run into them at a bar or something, they'll make eye contact and walk away. I ain't hear no N-word. Not out loud. It's just why say it? If you fully, it's like saying in some places, in many places, more so in southern areas, I think it's actually less of a big deal in like northern parts somewhere in like New York City. But in southern areas, if a black dude calls a woman a bitch aggressively or whatever, she gonna flip, she gonna tweak, right? But if I do that, if I call her that, she goes off mad, get mad. Should I respond with anger with her? I was fully aware that she was going to respond that way. So if a white dude, especially in the southern states, was to turn around and do that same thing, come on now. He dropped the N-word. Like the response is going to be just as crazy.
Here's a bridge, CJ, and this probably comes with age and wisdom. The way Akil thinks and Bino, and what I'm saying is, I need full clarity because the raft that comes next, I need you to say it out your mouth and own that you did it, double down on it. So now all bets are off. So like with you, see what you say right now is you said my initial reaction is I'm gonna kick your ass right then and there. What Akil's saying is you might end up in a basement for 6 weeks. Because the level I'm gonna take it to is a little bit more drastic, and because I know that, I need clarity. Does that make sense?
It's like it makes sense, but maybe it's the special forces in me that says I gotta immobilize you today.
But
bro,
I'm just telling you that when
hold on, bro.
Yeah,
I was Marine Corps recon sniper, bro.
So why the hell is you having conversations with this man? Like what the fuck? I'm over here like I'm a fucking 18 Bravo weapon specialist. I have shot people that didn't deserve it. I am not conversating with this man.
Because you Army and I'm Marine Corps.
Hey, if anything, you need to be the one that don't need to be talking then. Like, what the hell you?
But at the same time, you have to look at you have to really like this whole world, everything that you do, it's a reaction to it. Everything that you do, you have to make sure you're making the right moves because something happens after that. If you had $1 billion right now in your bank account and you off somewhere on some island having a good time and you have some people blah 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 and one person say something that you don't like, you're not finna hit them. You probably gonna laugh at them. You probably gonna talk to them and try to figure out what's going on in your mind. Study them like they study us. Because they study us. They know us. They know. That's why he said what he said. But still, he don't get no reaction out of me. I'm not gonna remember. I'm not, because if you willing to say that to me, oh, okay. You gonna say it to somebody else, and guess what? They gonna get you. They gonna have a revenge in their heart, and they gonna get you. It ain't my job to get you, because whatever you doing, Josh, if you say that to me and all of us on here, you probably gonna say that everywhere else that you go. And everybody else that you go and you say it, guess what? It probably ain't gonna get the same reaction. You probably gonna get hurt.
I would expect that an ass whooping coming from somewhere, sometime, right? That's the thing that regulates society, right? It doesn't have to be everybody on this panel that agrees that an ass whooping has to come. It just has to be the case 2 out of 8 of you guys have to dish out an ass whooping. And it's unfair. I guess in this point, to be fair to Akil, it's also actually better that nobody knows which direction the ass kicking is coming from. That's the thing that regulates society. So the N-word isn't illegal, so we can't bring in the law part of it, right? But it is a virtue. It is a principle. It is something that you're willing to stand on outside of it. Thus, you got to fight for it. But if you all just basically get together and say, oh, let Jesus take the wheel and, decide what's going on kind of thing, how the hell does that regulate and work for society? All it's going to do is allow me to say the word, and then worse, show other people you can say the word and nothing's going to happen.
But you know what's deeper than that?
You got to stand on your virtues. You got to stand on them.
Yeah, but when we speaking on that word, we speaking of a whole race, right? So if we didn't, so if we didn't allow y'all to use that word for power to affect us, y'all wouldn't give a fuck about saying the word. Just like strategists say y'all don't give a, just like strategists say y'all don't give a fuck when we say hunky.
Oh,
so you see how you can say that and you don't care, but you got to say the N word? It's because you're not allowing that word to give you any. You're not allowing. Hold on, because I swear I've been just the quietest I've been all show.
Go ahead.
All episodes. So that same word that I just can say hunky like that, I can say it 100 times. It's not going to affect you because you don't allow it to. You don't allow that word to have power over you like that. So we did that as a whole. Y'all wouldn't give a fuck about saying the word. Y'all only say it because y'all know. Not y'all. When I say y'all, I'm talking about your race. Only says that the people in your race says because they knows, like Strata said, it has power and it will affect us. It's mental. Most of this shit is 95% mental. It's 5% physical out here.
But Bino, to give you pushback, they say it even when they're not in our presence. They say it amongst themselves to describe us. So it can't be the power part.
Well, I'm talking when they say it to us. I'm talking about when they say it to us, Strata. I'm not saying when they just say it. I'm saying when they say it to us.
I think that
most of the time when they say it to us, they faces red at the highest peak of their anger.
Because they know what comes next. But
so the only way to transfer that anger with revenge is to say that word.
Right.
But
and I think that
go ahead, John.
Point, he was talking about with any principle, when we're talking about exacting revenge, that principle has to be backed up and protected with a level of said force. In order for the principle for you to actually live by said principle, you have to be willing to do something to maintain and protect it. I think that's the point he was getting to, and I don't want to get too lost into the the analogy of it, because like I said, we'll be up here another 4 hours talking about the N-word. And I will say Josh is smart enough to know that I know him well enough to know that he wouldn't even dare utter that shit. But he used the extreme example to point to principles, how they're enforced, and what we're willing to do to stand on them, and stating that if what we're calling revenge doesn't come with an action, can you truly say you're principled in said act? If you're being violated by act and you're not willing to do something to defend it, I guess that becomes an argument of what we're calling revenge or not. But I will say, to keep it back, let's bring it full circle. Revenge, greed, and poverty still are the three pillars that plague our community. I haven't heard anybody give any alternative or a scenario that couldn't come back to those three. So I think that Akil argument has stood the test of the pod. I think we all can agree that all three of those things are the pillars of, it's the root cause of almost all of our issues as African Americans. Does anybody disagree, or does anybody think that he's off with those three? We all agree to that?
I can't agree or disagree. I don't. I'm not black. I'm not African American. I didn't grow up like that. I don't know, right?
I know ham sandwich. We get it. We get it.
Hey, Strata.
That's my ham sandwich guy. What's up, Brody?
To answer your question, no, we all can agree to those three things will kill. But I like, you a good brother, man. You a good brother. Cause I like how you try to slide in there. I know Josh would say that you don't know that shit. Josh asked for that shit. Now listen. Let me finish. In
my presence, let me say that, Josh. I know Josh well enough to know that he wouldn't dare.
In your presence, and I'm slightly joking, but I'm slightly, Josh, no offense, I'm a good brother too, Josh. No offense. I'm a little bit more raw with my talking, but trust me, I'm a good brother and I got intellect too. For you to even come up with that scenario in your head, your ass done let slip that shit. Yeah, you done slipped them words out a few times
No,
on a brother, ain't you? Ain't you?
believe it or not, I did not come up with that scenario. Hamp did, or this might be
Yeah,
risky.
Okay,
yeah,
okay. I was just trying
yeah,
to see if
and
you.
that's
I was
why
just
he
trying to
brought
see.
it up. 'Cause,
Yeah.
yeah,
Okay. All right. All right.
that was a
Uh,
premise that was laid when we were talking principles before, which is why I knew that's what he was bringing it up for. That's why I
I
said
mean,
it.
no. I mean, you knew,
That
but I
wasn't
still,
his
like
thought.
Kill said, we got to study their ass too. So I'm just doing a little studying real quick. That's all.
I
All right, bet.
respect it. Nah,
I'm
But
gonna
you
go
not
back on
study.
mute. I'm gonna go back
Yeah,
on
yeah,
mute.
but not study. See, I want to say this is part of the revenge too, because we have went through some things in our personal lives, and we know the stories of our, forefathers and foremothers and what they went through, and all of, and it's so much we can't move forward because everybody want revenge, and they can't come up with no solution outside of revenge.
damn, that's a
All of
bar.
their solutions end up with revenge, trying to get white folks back. It's like, man, why are you worried about them? If we
I
just do
like
what we do and succeed in what we do, that's enough revenge, and know how to protect what we have, we'll be good.
I love it.
We'll be good. Let people live their lives. We live our lives.
I like it.
If they
I
try
like
to touch us, hurt us, steal, destroy, we protect.
I like it. I like it.
That's it. That's
I like
it.
I
But we're
like
not
it.
gonna go out our way to just try to hurt somebody. We not gonna do that. That's too much. That's too much time and effort.
Yeah,
That's too
we
much time and
yeah,
effort. That's too
yeah.
much
That's
time and
Can
effort in it.
that's a
Too
fact.
much
can I
energy.
ask the question? Would you go out of your way to compete?
I don't compete.
Ah,
I don't.
oh, okay,
I
okay.
ain't gonna lie to you. It depends on what it is. When it comes to like fitness, if we go in the gym together and you talking about I can squat more than you, bet bitch, put the wheels up. Like I'll compete with a motherfucker on something like that. If
See,
we trying to compete
you gotta come
on,
at me with scrawny boy shit. Damn it! I like
hey, look,
CJ.
man, I only know you scrawny because you're saying it. I don't know what you really look like. But
I
if we were
promise
to
you,
try to
I'm
compete
half
on
the size
something
of all
like
y'all.
racing on foot or like it's just like me, I'm more like a fitness guy. So if it was something like that, you probably would outbench me. But just for shits and giggles, I'm just gonna compete with you anyway because if you can lift more than me, it's still gonna motivate me to want to try to push myself in that category regardless. So
So back to that, the competition that exists because really you compete with yourself. You're using them as a measuring stick, the kills point.
only a measuring stick if I already know I already know in this category of fitness he's better.
Yeah, no,
If I'm
No,
looking at him and I'm like, okay, we might be neck and neck, then it's more like a competition because now I'm like, all right, cool, we both maxing out here, but we starting to gas out. But now I'm gonna see how many more can I do more than him. Oh, he did like 3 more pull-ups after we done did like 100. All right, I'm gonna try to hit another 3. Oh, he did 2 more. I'm gonna hit another 2. Like, you know what I'm saying? So
but
it's if we're
I
like
see.
about
Yep.
neck and neck, then it's more competition. But if I already know he's definitely gonna outdo me in this, I don't give a fuck. I'm still gonna try to keep going. And then when I'm hitting that peak, I'm like, I'm gonna still keep pushing through it, you know. Then it
okay.
becomes a
So
me versus me.
physical is one. How about business? Is that another one you'd be willing to compete with?
I'm not gonna compete in terms of business because for one, everybody's business is different. Everybody's hustle is
Sure.
different. Everybody on this panel has different hustles, different ways they make money and income. Regardless, like some
Well,
of us is 5
let
figures,
me
some is
narrow
6
it
figures,
down.
some of us is 7 figures, and at the end of the day, we all got their different ways. So I would not compete in that regard.
Let me narrow it down. If you had the opportunity to create a business, would you?
If I had the opportunity to create a business, would I?
Yes.
I'm already doing that.
Okay, so that's competition. You're already that's business. Doesn't really matter how you do it. It just matters that you get up on the board and are doing it. That's competition.
But to
But
be competition, you got to
that's
have
the
somebody that you're
the
looking at and you're
European.
like, I'm trying to compare myself to them or I'm trying to outdo them. My mindset is not that.
Oh yeah, yeah. I get the mindset concept. I'm trying to go slightly against a kill, just slightly, right? Like the idea
You
is
can't, bro. How you trying to create a competition because you trying to go against it? What I'm saying is, I don't. You're living in a European, European philosophy, right? You trying to create a competition because you want to go against me. but it's impossible because I live in a limitless world where everything is possible.
You're gonna have to narrow that.
It's unlimited. It's unlimited. Why should
You're
I
gonna have to
compete
break that
against
down a
somebody?
little bit for me.
Say again.
Break that down a little bit for me. Give me some more
Okay.
detail.
Okay. Here we go. So say we are in the same business. Say, do you trade?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great.
Commodities, not stock.
It don't matter. You trade.
Okay, yeah.
You trade. You think you can compete against me in trading? Would you want to compete against me in trade? Just say yes.
Depends on
Just
the
say
industry,
yes.
right?
Just say yes. Just say yes. Yes. Okay, great. Hey man, how can I compete against you when the markets are unlimited? It's not like I'm taking your money or you taking mine.
Just access to more trade is really what the metric is.
But how are you competing? How are we competing against each other? You're not taking my money. I'm not taking yours.
Yeah, no. It's just who trades more is usually what the competition is.
Yeah, okay,
He's
great.
basically
We got a convenience store. You across the street from me. Matter of fact, you're McDonald's, I'm Burger King.
Okay. Oh shit, that's direct competition.
Is it?
You think it's competition? Whoa.
It's really not.
You think it's competition. You think it's competition. That's what they want you to think. They want the world to think they're in competition.
It's not.
But they know that it's going to be people that want burgers, a Whopper. It's going to be people that want a Big Mac. They don't care as long as people are coming to their store spending their money, and they know every single day people are going to come to their store. So what do? They put products and services out there that's going to attract people. They're not trying to put McDonald's. Well, I don't know if they're trying to put McDonald's out of business or not, but more than likely they're not, because that's competition, quote unquote. What you like, they understand that it's not really competition, it's cooperation.
So you think McDonald's and
That's
Burger
why
King are together?
It's cooperation.
Okay.
And this is why it's cooperation. If you have a company and that's the only company out there, they will be under more government sanctions because it's illegal to own a monopoly in the United States of America.
There you go.
So it's not competition, it's cooperation.
That's a fact.
I cooperation.
Need you, even though
it's not really. That's why most people are broke, because they always in competition. You in competition. They don't even know how to get themselves better to even compete. They're not even in a position to compete.
That part.
Yeah, you
I
can
don't
tell
think that
McDonald's and
competition
Burger King. My fault. Go ahead.
Oh no, you good. Competition can't exist because it's not comparable. And again, that's something I believe in. How you gonna compete when you don't compare? This is why I don't compete with people, because you can't compare to me. I'm 1-on-1. What's meant for me will be for me, whether you're there or not. You are not an obstacle for me to overcome, because what is for me will inevitably come to me. You can't stop it. So that's why I can't compete with you, because what is for me will be for me. There's nothing you can do about that. I believe that with all that all is within me, but this is why I take my wins and why I take my losses as they come, because it was all meant for me, and there ain't a damn thing you or anybody else can do about it. This is why I can't compete with you, because what's for me, you can't stop. There ain't a damn thing you do about it. That's it.
Yeah.
But I live by that mantra. I can't. You can't compete because you don't compare. That's it.
Yeah, and I agree
I'm
with both of
1-on-1.
y'all. But I see what Akil talking about, because like, too, he gave a good analogy with the McDonald's when y'all was saying McDonald's and Burger King, because they was in competition. They wouldn't be right across the street from each other. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
These gas stations, they wouldn't be right there beside each other.
Yeah.
So it's definitely cooperation.
That's supply and
for sure.
demand, and everybody get a seat at the table. Everybody get their slice.
Everybody
and they
get a
all know
piece of
that.
the pie. Yeah, everybody get a piece of the pie.
the reason why the McDonald's and Burger King thing I consider to be competition is because I can't remember how long ago it's been now. I know it was in my earlier years in the military when this dude named Apoku, dude from Ghana, he was big on like business and stuff like that, and he broke down to me how McDonald's will always make more money than Burger King. And I was like, well, how is that? Because I figured like, they about the same. He said, he showed me on his phone that fun fact is in certain states, there are no McDonald's. There's only Burger Kings. In some states, there's no Burger King. There's only McDonald's. But he says Burger King's always gonna make more money. And he said, and I said, because they got McDonald's in other countries? He said, no. Because in a lot of areas where you see a Burger King on one side and a McDonald's across the street, look it up. In some places, the land that the Burger King is on is owned by McDonald's.
Yeah, because McDonald's.
So when they put a Burger King there, yeah, Burger King's gonna make their money, but they actually have to pay a fee to continue to have that Burger King there every year. So because they are literally there, that land is literally brought. He said, if you ever find a McDonald's that got built in one area, but there's an empty plot of land across the street, if a fast food restaurant gets put there, there is a 95% chance McDonald's already bought that land.
Yeah, McDonald's.
So he says not just Burger King, McDonald's does it for other restaurants.
That's a fact. To your point, of the biggest real estate companies, but you're proving our point. That's why they can't compete.
But see, that's the thing is when they started. The reason why they started doing that is because at a certain point in time. That's why I can remember the year they were in competition. It's just simply McDonald's won. That's what I'm getting at. It's like at some point they was at competition, but McDonald's just thought smarter and won. That's it. Now it's more like
you know what?
Keep fucking with us, but you gonna have to pay to fuck with us.
The reason why I think this is bad faith is because even in capitalism and in the free market, there's no way to determine a winner and a loser. So what are you competing for? If they're both profitable companies, how do you judge a winner? Because in competition, someone has to win, someone has to lose. Give me the winner and loser in McDonald's and Burger King.
Oh, I can answer that easy. So actually, CJ just pointed it out. So like McDonald's operates in 120 countries, 360,000 locations, right? Like
gotcha.
So size is one. Size is one metric used.
So you're just saying one's bigger than the other. You didn't say one lost though.
Well, yeah. So size is one is bigger than the other. If there's a competition between the two within size, right? Scalability, the one with the biggest is going to be the winner because that's the metric you're using. There was also the different, so like the competition between McDonald's and Burger King, I think started in the 1950s. They're actually the reason why you have the size hamburgers you have is because they were directly competing each other over like nickeling, diming the size of meat patties that you got, right? It just is their competition is what ended up getting you what you wanted. So technically on meat sizes, Burger King won, but on property value, McDonald's won. So, I mean, like, it just depends on what what metric you're using.
Right.
But there are comparables.
I think that even with metrics, exactly, because you're right. And that's why we'll never move on this point because me and Akil is like, no, like they're still each will still get their prospective customers and they'll always merge and flip-flop back and forth. And this is why it's no true competition because if Burger King is getting and hitting their markers and metrics, they don't give a shit what's going on across the street at McDonald's.
If the metric is the customers, then you got McDonald's won. Almost pretty much.
You're just saying one has more. You're not saying that they're not getting the outcome and result that they want.
Because
it'd be two people literally trying to beat each other. So McDonald's.
I got a question.
Go ahead.
I got a question.
Competition is literally two opponents or more than one opponent trying to beat each other. McDonald's is not trying to beat Burger King or nothing. McDonald's is not trying to beat Burger King, so it can't be no competition.
Yeah, in business, the one philosophy that goes around is business is war. Can we agree? Business is war. And in war, we want to totally destroy our enemies. Is that correct?
Yeah.
I would agree, yes.
Okay. So tell me, why in the hell would McDonald's lease out some land to Burger King?
Land value. Another way you would generate revenue is
they can sell that land. They can sell that land to anybody they want to sell it to. Why are they gonna sell it to Burger King, who they competing against for burgers?
Because your operation cost comes as a deficit.
They can sell that to Taco Bell.
They could, right?
They can rent it to Pepe's. They can rent it to Subway. Why Burger King?
I think to your question, I would say the reason why they literally chose Burger King to be the person across from them is because, like I said, at one point in time, they were probably considered, to McDonald's point of view, the only competition. So to find a way to basically, if I can't beat you, I'm gonna get money out of you. I'm gonna put you across from me where I'm charging you for the land that you're on. Yeah, you're gonna get your customers, but to stay in that area right there, I'm still gonna charge you. Which in 2024, they're still doing that.
I think right now we're having
So
a 6 and a 9 conversation. Like
so
the
it's
perspectives
cooperation,
won't.
right? It's cooperation. My bad, bro. I'm
You
lagging.
good? You
I'm
good? You
lagging.
good, bro? Yeah. You straight. But
Okay.
like I said, I think right now we're having that 6 and 9 conversation to where there's a perspective and we're on either side. I think that we're all so intelligent enough to where if we don't concede, we'll be up for another 5 hours. We're already at 4 hours and 10 minutes. This is great conversation, man. Y'all always welcome back. So if you're on this panel, you'll be getting StreamYard links, man. Y'all more than welcome to come back. This is great conversation. I love the fact that it's a solution-based show. We got through it. For the sake of time, real quick in 3 sentences, give your final thoughts on the show, and then we're gonna wrap it up, get up out of here, y'all. CJ, and we're just gonna go round robin. Akil.
You said 3 sentences.
Yep, 3
All right,
sentences.
so when it comes to poverty, I'm in agreement with what Bino was saying initially about it's more of a mindset, especially based off the environments that people in. You just got to eventually get out that mindset, or you're just gonna stay there. When it comes to greed, people just need to learn how to kind of limit themselves and appreciate what they got and learn how to further utilize what they got instead of trying to just take to the point they got it all, but they don't know what they're doing with it, let alone appreciate it. And when it comes to revenge, I'm going to just say it depends on what you do to me. All right? Like, and I'm going to leave it at that. Depending on what you do to me determines how I'm going to respond. Yeah.
I'm gonna give one retort to that because I had to take my own advice. They said that when you start plotting revenge, make sure you do 2 graves, one for the person you're enacting it and one for yourself.
Stop it. I'm 32. I'm not gonna go any further into that statement. I'm not just. I ain't never been identified as an ignorant or dumb individual. I've been book smart and street smart for a little too damn long.
But CJ, me and you talking.
That's not what he's saying.
Right, but CJ, and I'm gonna tell you the reason why I'm saying this publicly, CJ, is because you have the awareness and the enlightenment to know what you mean by that statement. I don't want anyone to watch this and think that because they think CJ's a smart guy that we're condoning that. This is why I would never publicly. I'm gonna always give you pushback for that because we don't want to create a loophole for people to give into vengeance if we're saying that's one of the 3 pillars that's fucking us up. So that's the only reason I'm giving you pushback. Everything is scenario, everything is situational, right? But for the sake of the show and our audience, I don't even want to, what I'm saying, push to them because they're not
for the
their
sake
level of tolerance.
Yeah,
right.
For the sake for the
audience,
audience,
you're willing to take it, most people wouldn't do it.
If you can avoid it, if you can avoid, revenge in the worst case scenarios, do that. Go through legal matters if legal matters is necessary. If you can just, hey, turn the other cheek. If it ain't really affecting your pockets, if it ain't really affecting your family, your kids, your husbands, your wives, if it ain't affecting them, hey, let it go. But
thank you. ... Thank you. I appreciate
it was perfect with the eyeball and the camera thing. That was perfect.
Yeah.
Because I'm going to say it exactly what CJ wanted to say. So obviously,
we're going around the board, Josh. We're going around the board, Josh. Respect the moderator in the show. We're going around the board, brother. Thank you, sir.
Go ahead,
I love you, man.
Go ahead and kill. Then we going to beat up with Josh and Saudi.
Look, people that's greedy and create greed ultimately put others at poverty. And because those people that are in poverty usually are mad because they knew people put them in that position, could be over a span of time, they usually want to take revenge. And that revenge turns into greed after they win. It turns into more greed, which put more people in poverty, which keeps on going in that circle. History tells us that. And right now, we're in the stage, a lot of African American brothers and sisters are in the stage where we want revenge. Let that revenge go. Let that revenge go, and let's focus on getting ourselves together as a unit.
Well said.
We
I love
already
it.
doing it. We just not doing it for ourselves. We already doing it. We just not doing it for ourselves. That's it.
I like it. I like it. Let's go Bino, then Josh, then Saudi.
I don't got too much important. Y'all, you CJ Strata, y'all, and the kill. I'm sorry, Strata, CJ and Kill hit it. I ain't got nothing important at all. Y'all keep on moving.
Love, brother. You keep traveling safe too. Josh, what you got for us?
Well, I think Will Smith was like the perfect spokesman for this bullshit. He was full of love and kindness that he shared his wife. He lacked any type of principles or vengeance to actually do anything other than slap another man. Like he couldn't do shit. And now he's just walking around with his feelings hurt because he wouldn't stand on principles. So poverty, I don't think is necessarily even remotely close to a large problem within the Black community. I also oppose the idea of actually trying to eliminate poverty. There should be a punishment for bad choices. Poverty is one of them. Vengeance, I believe, is the most perfect tool that regulates society, period, hands down. Even the government, in all its law enforcement, cannot do the thing that regulates society as well as people do to regulate themselves. Just always been that way. What was the other one?
Greed.
Oh, greed. Greed is a problem, right? It's got pros and cons. I don't know how you define what moderation is to tell the difference between two. So if one of y'all can come up with the definition of too much money and too much fun, we'll have that conversation one day and iron out the moderation. But, and my last point is, Strata, I'm going to get revenge on you if you don't bring Akil, as CJ I seen. If you don't bring Akil to Discord, I'm gonna find you.
I'm definitely going to send him a personal invite, man. Yeah, Akil is definitely great people, man. Akil, you have a ball in there, man. I'm gonna definitely personally
Hey
send you an
man, I
invite.
just I appreciate the conversation with all of y'all. With each and every even you, Josh. I can understand your psychology based around those things, and I can see where those points are true. But this is the but part. For the African American community to get right, if these things didn't exist, we would be a lot better as a whole than we are today. I'm not going to argue that yes, we need laws. Absolutely. Laws is a punishment. Vengeance is different than a punishment. Vengeance is different than punishment. It may seem the same, but it's different. It's different. Poverty, African American communities are in poverty. And yes, you are absolutely right that poverty itself is a punishment for not making the right decisions. But when you have your ancestors that was put in a position to put you in today, to bring it to today's society where we're so far behind of an understanding or education not to be in poverty and continuing to be fed the mindset of poverty, then it's not a punishment anymore. It's more or less a way of life that was forced upon a group of people. 1833, got to hear this. 1833, British, Great Britain paid back slave owners reparations for not being able to have slaves. But slaves itself, the ancestors of slaves itself, we still haven't got reparations. And they just finished up in 2015. They just finished up paying. but we argue about reparations, which is a whole nother show. We argue about who should and who shouldn't get reparations. Okay. So poverty is based upon a position not off of our decisions, but off of our ancestors getting done wrong. And then, of course, what was our last one? I didn't forget what I went over. I went over poverty. I went over revenge. Greed. Each individual have to know what they can handle. Greed, once again, is a spiritual thing, and there are parameters to greed, and I'm finna give it to you. You can be ambitious and want the world. You want planet Earth. But if you can't handle a plot of land, 3 acres, you can't hold the planet on your back. It's okay to be ambitious. But when you get to the point where what you want affect not just yourself, but you have to hurt others to get that, not just yourself, but others too, that's greed. That's greed.
That's a bar.
That's greed. And you don't care about nobody else? Oh man, you definitely greedy. We're gonna pop your stomach open.
That's a bar.
Yeah. But I appreciate it and I understand your philosophy. I've heard it before.
I like it. I like it. Let's go, Saudi.
For me, is basically, wherever your thought goes, that's where your energy flows. So like you guys said, you got to change your mindset first. Make sure you have faith, and find your tribe, whether that be a mentor, a friend, someone who y'all both got the same mind frame. So y'all both can feed off each other, move forward. As far as greed, too much of a bad thing can be too much. So never let your ambition overtake you. Always keep your faith in God in the forefront. And as far as revenge, for me, it's just like, I just let the universe do its job. Like, it's going to come, whether it's now or later. Some people can't wait, but it's going to happen. So.
Hey Strata, can we do another show with Josh up here to dive deeper into like the things that Kill said? We all said, Saudi just said about like this God thing, and and Josh, I want you up there, bro, because I'm seeing that a lot of. I don't want to go too long. Go ahead, but I'll talk to you later, Strata, and maybe you can run it by Josh because I don't want to hold the show up too long. But I just came up with something with the ideology with Josh, which is a lot of his race has his same ideologies, and the reason why America is what it is today is because of their ideology. So I'm gonna chop it up with you later.
Oh yeah, for sure. I know Josh won't be opposed for it, man.
He just
Josh,
got to cam up though.
No,
Whatever it is, he got to cam up.
He definitely does.
I'll be cammed up next time, I promise.
Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. He ain't got a problem with that.
Ham got this
I
rule,
see what he
so.
looks like. Yeah, I see what Josh look like. He's a real person, bro. He cool as shit. But yeah, I think that'd be dope, and I think that Josh's the person want to have it because he could have the conversation, emotions removed, and still be very honest and transparent with you, which is rare from that set of people because most of them just want to pander to us, cater to us, and tell us shit that tickles our ears. Josh will have the conversation with you, good, bad, or indifferent. And
that's why I like you, Josh. I like you, so I might fuck with you a little bit the more I talk to you. But the guys that tell you that's just me, man. That's just me.
Oh yeah,
that's the way I show. That's the way I show my love.
Josh know he a ham sandwich, and he know we gonna give him shit for it. That's cool. That's the game. He know that shit. But again, thank you all for a great show, man. Y'all been great panelists. Akil, this has been an amazing show. I'm glad that you brought it to the table. I'm glad we're able to make it happen. To all the panelists, those that were here, popped in, popped out. Again, you all contributions is why we're going to grow the way we grow. Make sure y'all like, comment, and subscribe to the SPS podcast. And again, until next time, we out. Love. Y'all be safe, be blessed.
All right.
Peace and love.
Love.